Hey, welcome back, everybody. It's great to see you. Great to be here with you guys again. Happy Saturday to you all. Hope you're all having a great day today and a great start to your weekend. Guys, today we're going to be reviewing another interview that dropped last night. Seth Rogers did another interview with Pascal. And again, keeping the word out to help find this child and bring him home. 41 days, you guys. It's a long time. It needs to end. So let's do this thing and get this show on the road. Thank you so very much for joining us. Again, I appreciate all of you guys very much. And here we go. Here we go. How about now? Hello? Hello, hello, hello. Can you hear me? Yes, no, maybe so. Okay, I don't know what happened. Sorry about that, folks. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Sorry, sorry, sorry. My apologies. I don't know why that happened. So, anyway, welcome everybody. Thank you for joining me today. April 6th, 2024. We're back talking about the Sebastian Rogers case. Still searching for this amazing young man, trying to bring him home safe and sound. So, thank you for joining me for that, guys. Thank you for joining me last night as well, for taking a little bit of a break from the monotony that we deal with daily, the negativity, brushing off some of the negativity, slipping into some positivity, and just taking a break, guys. And it was well worth it. And I appreciate all of you guys for joining us last night for that. It was a nice little break. So we're back on the attack in the search for Sebastian Rogers. Um, there's a new interview out last night with Seth. We're just going to review it. Um, and I want everybody to still, again, try to keep an open mind and remember, I know, and you guys all have the rights to your thoughts, your feelings, your opinions, but we don't have any solid proof from law enforcement stating that anybody is responsible for any foul play against this child. So let's try to keep an open mind, guys, as we look at these things. Okay, it's not about the parents. It's not about what they've done to each other or any of that other stuff. It's about Sebastian Rogers. Let's try to keep our eye on the prize and remember that, folks, because that's what it's all about. So, that being said, we're going to check that out. We're going to look into another case, too, we were going to be looking at another autistic child that went missing in Alaska, weirdly enough, barefoot as well. But he was found safe and sound, so we don't have to worry about that. Thank the Lord once again. We will be checking out the case in Oklahoma about the two missing mothers. We want to open up some open up. I can't talk today, guys. I'm sorry. Get the word out there about that case as well. So we're going to be looking at that today as well. So thank you guys for joining me today. I appreciate you so very much, as always. So let's see who we got gracing us with their amazing presence today. Cammy Q. I see Cammy Q. What's going on, Cammy? Good to see you, girl. Terry Dean, welcome back to you. Mittens for Kittens. Meow, meow. Thank you for joining us today. And my doodle bugs in the house, as always. Low bit. What's going on? Low bit. Good to see you today. Good afternoon to you, Victoria. Great to see you. Thank you for joining us today, Terry Dean. Brandy B. Always Brandy B's in the house. Great to have you here, Brainy B. My brother, Arctic Fox. Great video, my friend. Great awareness, and I appreciate you, sir, for everything you do. Thank you for joining us today. Canadian Cat Lady, thank you for being here today, all the way up there in the north. Thank you for joining us from Canada. And the lovely Miss Nelly Beyond the Pale, guys. Please drop Nelly's channel link, if you will, Beyond the Pale. What a wonderful, wonderful lady we have in here. Beyond that, Miss Nelly's an amazing, amazing person. I love her to death. From over the pond as well. So if we could please drop Beyond the Pale, the link in here for that, for you guys to check out. If you haven't, please do it. You will not be disappointed. Thank you for joining us today, Nelly. I appreciate you, dear. Miss Cassie's in the house. Hello. How are you, Miss Cass? Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Hope you're doing great. Of course, the lovely Miss Wisdom Speaks. Welcome back, ma'am. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Hope you're doing well as well. Well as well. Miss Kimberly, thank you for joining us. Great to see you today. Thank you for being here. Summer Jade, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Kate Pruitt, hello. How are you today? Great to have you. Great to see you. Miss Tina B, same to you. Kathy Gesslin, thank you for joining us today. It's great to have you. Great to see you. Crazy Linda, hey. Not too crazy, I hope. Great to see you today. Thank you for joining us and for being here with us. Slow Southern Style, thank you for being here. I appreciate you very much. for joining us today. Ray Baldick, thank you for being here and joining us today as well. Karen Ann, thank you for coming back. I appreciate you very much for joining us. Andy Rose, again, great to see you. Great to have you here. Spooky Paws is in the house, guys. Welcome to you. Great to see you. Of course, Moonlit Baby, welcome back. Great to see you today. WB's in the house. Welcome back. Great to see you. Josie West, same to you. Great to have you here. Mama Bear's in the chat, pretending like she's got a headache just so she ain't got to come up here and sit next to me. I'm just kidding. Good to see you, Mama Bear. Thank you for being here. Either way, I appreciate you very much. Sharon Gibson, welcome back to you. Good to see you today. La 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 la. Jenny Jones, welcome back. Great to see you. It's been a minute. Thank you for joining us today. WB. Come on in. Now let's see who else we got here. DD Ohio Girl, welcome. Good to see you. It's a new face. I do love all the new faces. I really do, guys. Really do. Roger Shoe. I think you pronounce it that way. Thank you for joining us today. Another new face. Thank you for joining us. The Blue Crew's in the house. They are all these amazing moderators I have here. Again, I wouldn't do this nor couldn't do this without you at all. You guys are so very amazing and make these things happen for me. Miss Carrie Willis, welcome back to you, ma'am. Thank you for joining us today. Karen Ann, great to see you too. Thank you for joining us. Party of Five, welcome back. Wonderful to see you. Or almost there. Almost there. We got 110 people in here with 73 likes, guys. I'm not even going to say it. Tracy, again, I see you again. Thank you for joining us. Connie, welcome. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. That's quite all right, DD Ohio girl. Appreciate you. Miss Holly, great to see you. Michelle Weddle, welcome back to you. Thank you for joining us today. Let me see. Bonnie, good to see you, Miss Bonnie. Thank you for being here today. As always, Carolyn Miller, wonderful to see you as well. Come on in, everybody. Miss Dakota, great to see you today. Terry Martin, welcome back, dear. Gray Pearl, so wonderful to see you. I hope you're doing better today. I hope everything is okay with you. I was a little worried about you last night, but thank you for being here. I appreciate you very much. And thank you for the email for letting me know. Good. I hope you did have a great time last night. I hope everybody did. Walt Harris, always a pleasure, my friend. Thank you for joining us. Little bit. Miss Victoria. Is that Miss Victoria? Yes, it is. All right. Come on in, everybody. Grab a seat, if you will. Get comfortable. We're going to be here. Miss Kimberly, good to see you today. All right. And come on in. Where's your mom at, Cass? You okay? Everything all right? Steve Z, what are you doing? Where are you at? Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Rachel Rach, good to see you as well. Oh my God, that one is so good. I'm still loving these coffees. Again, thank you, War Eagle. That is a vanilla caramel. Yes, it's so good. 99 sunflowers. True crime. Welcome. Thank you for joining us today. I appreciate you very much. And guys, on your way through the door, please hit that like button if you will. Leave a little DNA, please, if you can, so we can get this out in the algorithm. What are you doing? 1 second, folks. All right, guys. Sorry, Mr. Dago says hello and sends her love. And thank you, as always, for supporting this channel and our family. We appreciate you all very much. That is what she says to say. So, ready, set, go. Hit the like button game. Miss Sherry's doing it again. Miss Golf Inspector, welcome. Good to see you. It is. Yeah, right, Clue. It's wonderful to see you here, Nelly. It's been a while. I appreciate you jumping in with us. But like I said, guys, there is a new interview Seth did with Pascal last night. We're going to review that, and we're going to look into another case going on in Oklahoma. Steve Billings, my friend, good to see you, sir. Thank you very much, brother. I appreciate that for the super chat. Mostly the kind words, sir. I hope you're having a wonderful day, Steve, and I appreciate you so very much for that. We're almost there, guys. We're at 85 something, 85, 50 something. We're going to be hitting 10 soon. It's coming, it's coming, it's coming. Keep your hand, keep your hands together is what I'm trying to say. And hope we do it. Doodlebug has been pushing for that. That's her goal. So hopefully we do it. 98 likes. We need 2 more. We're in that algorithm. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Come on now. And I hope I have to get back over to your channel, Steve. It's been a while. See what craziness is going on over there. But again, thank you, Steve. I appreciate you very much. Very, very much. Wish he would come back. Who are we talking about, Victoria? Hey, Boston. Good to see you. Today a reunion day or what? It's been a minute. Good to see you. Very happy to see you. Virginia Wolf, welcome back to you. Oh, I do too. I hope I can get in touch with him and we can get him back in here. I miss him in a bad way. I miss his intellect and his conversations. 103 likes. We're out there, guys. We did it. You guys rock and roll. So, guys, we're like I said, we're gonna Eddie. We'll get him back in here. If I can talk to him, I really do want to talk to him. I miss Eddie in a bad way. Taylor, welcome back to you and happy Saturday. So, Tomboy, good to see you too. Like I said, guys, we're gonna review this interview, and then of course I'll open phone lines and the panel. We can talk about it, and then I also want to look at this Oklahoma case, guys. I really got to put that time in there so that we can. Thank you so very much, Miss Bonnie, for the super sticker. Appreciate that very much. We gotta make you stress free, Gray. We got to keep you healthy and safe and keep you stress free. That's what we got to do. So, again, thank you, Bonnie, so very much. I appreciate that more than you know. That is very true, Miss Nelly. Very, very true. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, so let me get this interview pulled up here. Miss Carolyn said, let's get to work. She's on point today. Keep it together. That's right. All right, like I said, this is from last night. Seth did this interview with Pascal again and was just responding to some things. And in regards to some things that were talked about, put out a couple new pieces of information. Again, like I said, you guys, we need to look at this and remember there is nothing put out yet as of now from law enforcement that points to any specific person in regards to any kind of foul play having anything to do with this. Keep an open mind about this, okay? Let's not go in here and start accusing this, that, or anything else because it's not doing any good. It's not bringing Sebastian home to us. Um, so let's do that. Keep that in mind. That opinion, I guess, I should say. You guys are welcome to your opinions about things. Let's just try to be fair at that point, and then go from there. So here we go. Yes, we are, Miss Sherry. Thank you so very much for that. All of you guys are amazing. And let me know how the audio is on this, guys. I don't know what happened with my mic this morning, but let's go.
Austin did a fantastic job having that conversation with our good friend Seth. But at the same time, it still spawned so many more questions that I feel need to be answered. And then while I was sitting there ruminating, letting that stuff marinate, simmer all the way down to the plums, Katie Proudfoot comes out with a statement.
Yes, guys, he said plums. If you don't know what that means, he's plums. So, Kimmy, thank you for that. For the 5 memberships just gifted, that is so very amazing. Can't see who got them, but thank you, Kimmy, for that. God bless. Who did it? Whoever did get those, congrats. Welcome to the sauce, or welcome back if you were already a member here. It is so very much appreciated. And please make sure you welcome everybody with the open arms that we do, guys. Make them feel comfortable if it's somebody new, especially. So, Cammy, thank you so very much for that. I appreciate it, guys. If we can, as I do every time we talk about Sebastian, let's light up the chat in support of Sebastian. You all know what that means. Please, 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 please do that if we can to show the support for Sebastian in the chat. And again, Cammy, thank you for that. I really do appreciate that very much. Welcome to all the new members. Let's get going. Thank you, Brandon.
That was also very telling. Not only did it answer what Seth said earlier, which was the question of, is this real?
Welcome, Angel.
Is this true or not? She confirmed.
Welcome, Shane.
That what happened to Sebastian when he was 7 or 8
Welcome,
years
Rissa.
old was actually true. But there was other things that she threw into that conversation that I was like, oh man, we have got to have a conversation right here. So I'm very honored to bring back
good to see you, sis.
our good friend, our brother on this show. We are praying for him. We are praying for Sebastian's safe return back home, back into Seth's arms. Please welcome Seth Rogers to the show. Seth, my brother, how you doing?
Well, I went to the doctor today. They gave me some stuff for my nerves, pain under the shoulder. They gave me some muscle relaxers and some steroids.
You guys are awesome.
And then
Thank you.
proceeded to tell me.
Party of 5 just gifted 5 memberships. I wish I could see these, you guys. Thank you so very much, Party of 5, and welcome to the new members. We got 10 new members within a matter of seconds. That's so very awesome. I appreciate you guys so very much. Guys, make sure that your gifting is open up at the bottom of your chat, that little $sign. Click on that. Make sure it's opened up so that you can receive these gifts, the memberships, when they're put out like that, because there's so many very generous people that come into this community that like to do that for us. Make sure you can receive a membership if you're not already a member. That's awesome. Welcome, Boobery. Boobery, welcome. Groot, welcome to you. Harsh One, Shelly, welcome to you. Thank you all for jumping in that are jumping in right now. I appreciate you very much. And again, thank you for the new memberships. Party of 5, and congrats to those that received them. That's so very awesome. Boobery. Hilarious. I love it. Brittany, good morning. How are you today? Thank you for joining us.
Need to take a few days off, or else, quote unquote, you'll be dead within a week if you don't slow down.
Oh boy. Because I understand that you've been having some sort of muscle, like you tore a muscle or something like that. Can you explain a little bit more?
I go in Monday for not to violate HIPAA, but I go in Monday to get a image done to see if there's any tears. They gave me muscle relaxers to relax the muscle because they have a feeling that it's pushing up against the nerve, which is causing the nerve pain all the way down my arm. to my fingers.
Oh, wow. Wow. Some serious nerve damage going on there. Can I ask you something though? How did that happen actually? What happened
No,
to you? Go ahead.
no idea.
Oh, you have no idea. So you didn't fall during a search or anything of that sort. This just happened.
Probably muscle strain from doing what I was doing, and then tightens up muscle. I didn't go get it looked at like I should have.
Thank you, Miss Chip. I appreciate
And,
that very much. That's so very awesome.
but
Appreciate you.
taking care of it now. Give me a
Gotcha.
couple days rest, and then hit the ground running.
Yeah, man. I mean, is this gonna slow you down at all in your search? Are you gonna like take a little bit of a break, hang up the hat for a little bit during this search? What's the story here? Talk to me.
I'm just going to take a little break. They're still going to do flyers. We're going to have a vigil held on Sunday. I still plan on being there. I'm just going to take it a little bit easier.
Welcome,
Give
MIA,
it some
and
time
hola to
to
you.
rest.
Thank you for being
For
here.
me to rest and for it to heal, because it's been interrupting. It hurts. So pain's enough that it keeps me awake.
No doubt. No doubt. Well, I mean, first off, I mean, I commend you for not slowing down, still going after it, taking care of things, getting things taken care of as far as finding Sebastian. But you just said that there's going to be a vigil on Sunday. Is that correct?
From my understanding, we're setting one up at the Rudder for Sunday.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
That's good to know. Do we know the time, and do we know the time for Sunday?
Currently, right now, it's 6 o'clock, but that really kind of depends on the weather.
Gotcha.
Welcome,
Are
Maria.
we supposed to have some bad weather on Sunday?
60% chance of rain.
Oh, yeah, that can definitely do that. That can definitely do that for sure. Okay. Well, that's good to know. So the Rudder, 6 p.m. Okay.
I'm going to speed this up, you guys, to try to get through this a little quicker because it is a little bit a little long. If you guys need me to slow it back down because of, hey, Jenny, good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. What was I going to say? If you need me to slow it down because you missed something or back up, let me know. But I just want to get us through this because we have another case to look at as well and talk about. So lots to do, a little time. So let's get this ball a rolling.
Sunday. And
Yeah.
that's all depending on weather. If weather is permitting, there will be a vigil.
I don't want people out in nasty weather.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
I don't want anybody to get sick.
No, I don't blame you, bro. I don't blame you at all. I really don't blame you at all. And so thank you so much for that update. I really do appreciate that. Can we talk about any updates on the search before we dive into all this stuff, all this murky water?
Welcome,
are there any
Wizard.
updates with the search right now?
No, none that I've been told of.
Okay. Have you had any conversations with law enforcement as of late? Have they reached out to you with anything at all?
Nope.
Good to know. Good to know. Okay. All right. Aside from your shoulder back situation, how you feeling?
Same as yesterday. Got one goal in mind. That's fine, Sebastian.
Gotcha. Okay. Fair enough. Now, we of course we got to get straight into the meat and potatoes of this, right? So, are you ready to have some conversations?
I know you got questions. I haven't let you all down with answers yet.
Yeah. All right. So, you had a conversation just the other day. You dropped some serious bombshells. I know
will
that.
forewarn you that I really don't. I was so tired and exhausted. I really don't even remember the podcast, man.
Wow. Whoa. Really? I mean, I get it. Being sleep deprived, running on just nothing but adrenaline all day long. You were also on many shows that day as well, correct?
Yeah. I mean, everybody wanted a piece of me, and I felt like
Welcome,
the pie
Gene.
was empty.
Yeah, I get that. But still, no matter what, nonetheless, there was a conversation that was had. You did drop some very big pieces of information. And whether you had said those things beforehand or after, it still doesn't matter. This was live, this was out. This obviously made the rounds and shocked a lot of people. It shocked me too, my brother. I'm gonna be real. I was shocked, very, very shocked. But of course, I have some questions revolving around all of that. Okay, or revolving around the information that you gave. So let's talk about it. Because
hey, CL, what's up?
Yes, that information that had to do with Sebastian. Go ahead. What are you
gonna say? Mr. Proudfoot, Chris, people were asking why he didn't want my son around.
Angel, he did this interview last night. Yes, ma'am. Sorry. I thought I had said that to you guys. My apologies if I didn't. So sorry.
On his daughter. And he kept telling me that if people keep asking questions, he's going to answer it. And turned around and stated that if he tells them, people will stop looking for Sebastian.
Really? Okay. Can I ask you something before you continue on? I don't mean to interrupt, but I'm curious. When was this conversation that was had, and was that something on a podcast?
Welcome, Janet.
Was that something between you guys behind, on your own time behind closed doors?
Yes.
So him sitting there saying, "I don't want." Go ahead. What were you gonna say?
It was over the phone.
Okay, so him saying, if people start asking why I don't want Sebastian around Faith, they won't go and look for Sebastian.
If they
found out the truth.
Yeah, that people wouldn't go look for my son.
Okay.
I told him you don't want to go down that route.
Gotcha. And he said this between you and him.
But Katie was on the phone too.
Thank you, Jenny.
So Katie was on the phone as well. Okay. So what was the conversation like? I mean, was this just a regular conversation, or was this a full-on blown-out argument?
Absolutely, Nelly. And that's like I said, I'm going to open a panel and the phone lines up, and we're going to discuss it after the fact. So I appreciate you guys being here to listen to this and always wanting to discuss this. So we will definitely be doing that here after the fact.
I think he tried to make it one. It wasn't going to be one.
Okay.
I did get heated because I didn't appreciate him saying that, when it's like, dude, it's just another time that you and his mom have failed him. And I'm sitting here trying to put pieces back together.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
My whole issue about that is, if you cared that much for my son as you do your daughter, that you don't want my son around because there's a possibility.
Mm-hmm.
Why weren't you thinking about that when he's under your roof?
No doubt. That's one thing I'm very curious about as well. And we're going to get to that in just a minute. But what was the reason? What was the origin of this actual fight or argument or discussion on this phone that would spawn him saying that in the first place? What started this?
During podcasts, why he didn't want my son around his daughter.
So this happened because, okay.
People were asking questions.
People were asking questions like the smart, intelligent people that they are. Go ahead.
Why don't you want Sebastian around your daughter? People were asking, Chris, why don't you want Sebastian around your daughter? I see people in chat that were asking me all the time, why doesn't Chris want Sebastian around his daughter? There's your answer.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. So you're telling me that he looks at Sebastian like some sort of predator?
Yeah.
Wow. But why? Because of what happened to him in California under his supervision, or under him and Katie Proudfoot's supervision?
That, and the fact that he hasn't got the correct help. In California, he was seeing a doctor by the name of Dr. Franny at Balboa, and she didn't appreciate the fact that I stood up and used a stern voice with her and told her she wasn't doing anything for my son by letting him play with toys and choose what movie or he gets to watch when he gets out of the thing. That's not helping him. That's not the proper therapy. I'm already researching this. She wasn't. What's the word I'm looking for? She wasn't qualified for that type of therapy, because that's a different type of therapy for traumatic sexual abuse, and that's a different type of class.
All right. And you're sure of that? Are you sure of that? That she didn't have the credentials to handle that type of therapy?
Yes.
All right. Okay. I know that we're doing a little bit backwards. Okay. But I do have a lot of questions that we got to go all the way back a little bit. Okay. So I understand that this happened in California. And we got to dive into it a little bit more so we understand a little bit more of this information, because you did drop this on Justin. Shout out to Justin on TikTok. And it was shocking. Okay. But you did say that in California, while Sebastian was under Katie Proudfoot's supervision.
Can I interrupt you?
Go ahead. By all means. Go ahead.
All right. A lot of people are, this is the information that I'm giving is facts. It's not me trying to throw punches or whatnot. But this is the third time that something major has happened to my child underneath their watch. And they need to own it. They need to own the fact that they have fucked up yet again. And I don't
I'm sitting here being Sebastian's voice because right now he doesn't have one until we find him and find out what happened. All right. I've told everybody you're innocent until proven guilty.
Right.
That's just the way the system works. There's nothing I can do about that. That's the way the system works, and that's the way it should work. You're innocent until proven guilty.
Mm-hmm. Now, I understand that you are, I believe that you are telling the truth. I don't think you have, why would you sit here, go out of your way, not spitting facts, right? So it wouldn't make any sense for you to just go out of your way to just talk wild, suddenly out of nowhere, and aimlessly in some sort of way. And I don't think what you're saying right now and what you've given to us is aimless or doesn't have any clout, isn't backed up with proof, which of course I am very curious about some of these things as well. But what I need to understand though, is that this happened under her supervision in California. Is that right or wrong?
That's right.
Was Chris involved in that at all? Because I think that's one thing that a lot of people are very curious about as well.
Chris was living with her then.
Okay, so who is this kid? Who is this 13-year-old kid, if he was 13, 15, whatever age he was, who did this unthinkable thing to Sebastian? Who is the kid?
I don't know his last name. Sheriffs wouldn't give me his last name.
But why not?
California CPS, children under the age of 13 and under are actually protected. So they wouldn't give me any information. They weren't letting me do anything. The only thing they let me do was I asked them if I could contact the school psychologist, if he could sit there and tell the school psychologist the person's name.
Welcome, Cal,
the
and
other children that was around him
congratulations for
would not be
9
able to
months
as
with
well.
us. We appreciate
And I
it very
went
much.
as far as finding out, the parents, from my understanding, the parents told Katie and Chris that their kid picked it up off of watching YouTube. Me personally, I've never seen like that stuff on YouTube. So
neither have I. So what is he watching on the tubes that would give him the disturbing education like that? That's what I'd like to know as well. Huh? So you learned this
with his age, I would have to say that somebody was abusing the child.
Huh.
It had been probably going on for a while for him to think that it was normal, so he did it to my son. That's why I'm asking about my son having the correct therapy to get him back on track. I mean, he's autistic. He's not mentally as old as he is physically. I mean, he's smart, but delayed in learning. He's physically 15. Mentally, he's probably 10 or 11, and he's going through adolescence. His body's producing hormones that he has no idea what's about, and I don't think things are lining up in his brain like they're supposed to, because obviously he's got a 6q chromosomal deletion syndrome, and he's got diagnosed with autism.
Understandable. And I get it that what he went through is a lot to process, no matter if he had autism or not. Being a kid, 7 or 8 years old, that's a lot to process as a kid. I can't even imagine any child going through any of that. But question though, do you know of this said kid? We're going to use 13 years old. I know Katie Proudfoot said he wasn't 13 years old, and I get that semantics or technicalities, but I'm just going to call him the 13-year-old kid from this point on. Okay. So did you know anything about this 13-year-old kid before you heard about this tragedy and this trauma that was inflicted upon Sebastian?
I did not.
You had no idea about this child. Okay. So then how did you find out? Because in the interview with Justin on TikTok, okay, you said you made it sound like you expressed some concerns about Sebastian hanging out with this 13-year-old kid while he was about 7 or 8 years old, and you were uncomfortable with it. And then, of course, this tragedy and this trauma was inflicted. So I want to get some clarity on that. Did you not know did you have a strange inkling about this 13-year-old, or did you find out after the fact from Katie Proudfoot that this trauma was inflicted upon Sebastian?
Welcome, Angela Hurd.
Who at that time was Katie Payne.
This should not even have been being talked about like this again. I'm sorry. That's my opinion. You guys can disagree, and I respect all that, but this should not have been being brought out or pushed this far anymore. One time was enough. Never need to be talked about again, in my opinion, but this is how it works. So
I found out from her. She said she had contacted CPS on the other family. Therefore, I found out from her, and CPS spoke to me, and that's when I started dealing with CPS and the sheriff's department.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
me and Katie used to communicate a lot more than we do now.
We're going to talk about that in a second. But real quick, as soon as you found out about this tragedy that happened to Sebastian at 7 or 8 years old in California, what did you do?
I immediately contacted the sheriff's department. I wanted to find out what was going to happen to the child.
Okay.
I wanted what they were going to do to protect my son, protect this child that more than likely has been a victim already, and what they were going to do to prevent it. And I don't think the sheriff's department did anything.
welcome, Lisa.
Another time that the law has failed our children.
Because I know that you said on the interview as well that you couldn't do anything because of the state because the state that you're in, because of the state of California, that you couldn't press charges on this 13-year-old kid. Can you explain to me why you couldn't press charges on this kid? He just committed a crime, allegedly. So why couldn't you press charges on this 13-year-old kid?
Because of his age. 13. They won't press charges against a 13-year-old for that.
And I know what I just said, and yes, we're listening to it. There's other things in this interview I wanted to hear too, and talk about besides that. And that seems to be what they focused on for some damn reason.
What was told to me by the sheriff's department? My son got upset because I didn't tell him I knew. That his mom hadn't told me. And he got upset one day, and I was like, son, I do know.
Welcome, one
If
to
you
life.
ever want to talk to me about it, you can.
Demon Dog, good to see you.
But at the same point in time, I was trying to take care of things on my end.
I get it. I fully get it. I think it's crazy to me that you...
Because of his age. 13. They won't press charges against a 13-year-old for that. What was told to me by the sheriff's department? My son got upset because I didn't tell him I knew. That his mom hadn't told me. And he got upset one day, and I was like, son, I do know. And if you ever want to talk to me about it, you can. But at the same point in time, I was trying to take care of things on my end.
I get it.
I'm a little confused about
I
that
fully get
part,
it.
but we'll talk.
I think it's crazy to me that you couldn't do anything. It doesn't make any... I don't get it. I mean,
And I just, that's what I said in the beginning. Like I said, guys, we got to keep an open mind. We're not helping anything by going at him, it's Seth, or the other two. That's not what this is about. We're reviewing this, and then we're going to talk about it. Back and forthing right now is not helping anything. So let's try not to do that if we can, guys. Keep your opinions, of course. They're yours. You're allowed to have them. Let's just try not to go back and forth with each other over it.
I don't live in California, and I don't know the law out there,
Yeah.
but I am still very shocked. What were you saying?
I said, but you wear LA gear all the time.
I do. I really do. I really, really do. Maybe I'm trying to manifest something. You feel me? But
Careful
still, right. But still, I am quite curious as to why that seems so odd to me that you couldn't do anything in the state of California when a crime was committed against your son during that time. It still does blow my mind. But when you found out, going back to it, when you found out from Katie Proudfoot at that time, can you tell me where was your mindset? How did that feel?
I really don't want to state that in public.
Okay, fair enough.
My big thing.
I
He just had his innocence taken from him.
I got what you're saying, bro. I do.
It took me a minute to digest, and it took me a minute to figure out the proper way to go about it instead of, someone just hurt my baby.
Absolutely, Kimberly.
Of course, I get that. And I know that you were, when you talked about it the other day, we all saw that emotion. We all know. And I think we also second that emotion as well. If we were in those shoes as well, we would be just as shocked.
There's no apology for my behavior. I got upset. I was mad. I'm exhausted. And it takes a while for me to get to that point. But first of all, I don't like people trying to hold something over my head.
Yeah.
So something that, happened under their watch, and he needs help. And, we're finally getting him the help he needs. It's late. And now I got to find him.
We'll talk about that after the interview,
Right.
Lizard.
You are absolutely right. So then tell me then, because I feel like you suddenly out of nowhere, and understandably, I feel like you hit a wall, you got emotionally exhausted. Of course, if I'm putting words in your mouth or emotions in your head that weren't really there, please stop me while I continue. But I feel like at some point, you hit a wall. You were at wit's end. You had enough.
Welcome,
you were tired of being diplomatic, tired of being the nice guy, and you said, you know what, F it. I'm going to rip the Band-Aid off. Everyone's going to hear this truth because you know what? I don't know where he is, and these other two are not supporting or helping me in the search for Sebastian. Am I anywhere near close to why maybe you started to put this information out for everyone to hear?
My son is a victim. And if victims don't get the proper help, they repeat because all of a sudden they think it's normal. Son's autistic. And if he doesn't get the proper help, we don't want him to become that.
Very good point,
So you
Nelly.
need preventive
Very good
maintenance.
point.
And you
There's
get
always
help.
two sides.
And there's multiple different ways. But if you're not certified in the proper way to get him help,
Welcome, Michelle
you're just gonna make
Noor.
it worse.
Yeah. No, I get that. I fully get that. So then, okay, you had a conversation, a not so pleasant conversation with Chris Proudfoot and Katie Proudfoot on the phone. It was a heated argument, heated conversation. Chris Proudfoot said something along the lines of, people are asking about why I don't like having Sebastian anywhere near Faith. And if you keep on pushing me, I'm about to air everything out. I'm about to air all this dirty laundry.
Well,
whether you like it or not.
Gary, thank you for joining
Guess
us
what?
today.
No one's going to want to support or try to find Sebastian. Am I correct?
I'm sorry. What was that?
Oh, that was a long thing I just said. That was a lot of work. No, I got you. But you
I
had
was reading something. My bad.
You're
I
good,
wanted-
homie. You're good, homie.
with
There's a
the-
lot of people here that want to know the truth and understand what's going on. So I'm going to repeat it one last time. Okay. So
Oh,
you had
made him. This is the last time.
no. Time out, bro. Hold up. Well, what I'm trying to understand here, so that everyone understands as well, is that you had a not so pleasant conversation on the phone with Chris and Katie Proudfoot. And during this argument or this conversation, Chris said something along the lines of, everyone keeps on asking me why I don't like having Sebastian anywhere near Faith. And I will air that stuff out if you keep pushing me. And guess what's going to happen? Nobody's going to want to look for Sebastian because of his past. Am I correct?
Wow, you cut out there bad.
Okay.
But yeah, just the way you were saying, sorry, because I lost everything on there.
It's okay.
It keeps freezing on my end. Yes, me and Chris and Katie had a conversation, and Chris asked me, people are asking me this question. If they don't stop asking me this question, I'm going to have no choice but to tell them. Well, now he can sit there and tell them. At the same point in time, I know that his daughter, Faith, FaceTimes with my son all the time and considers my son her older brother. And he considers Faith his little sister. And if he's anything like his dad, we're supposed to protect the young ones. We're supposed to protect our sister. We're supposed to protect people. And that's one of the things I've been trying to instill with him to combat what has happened to him.
Now, I'm still trying to understand a little bit more about this too, okay? This tragedy happens to Sebastian against his will. It's not like he decided to have this crime committed against him. It happened under Katie Proudfoot's supervision. And yet Chris is still trying to hold that over your head as if Sebastian's some sort of monster. That doesn't make any sense to me at all. This is an innocent kid where this happened to him. So I don't get that part.
Chris doesn't see him as innocent. It would be the only thing I could say. Honestly,
Take care, cat lady. Have a good
I know
day.
I know that my son has done some questionable things, but at the same point in time, he's not understanding what's going on, and nobody's talking to him about it.
So
I don't even know if they teach the same things in school that they taught us, because we had sex education class. We had sex education. We had human biology. I mean,
right.
I don't know what they teach the kids in school anymore.
Seth, go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
So Seth, I got to ask you, when you say questionable things, that Sebastian has done some questionable things, I'm not asking you to go into gritty details or anything of that sort, but I'm wondering, what are these questionable details that would make Chris not comfortable having Sebastian near Faith? Can you expand a little bit on that?
I don't know if that violates YouTube or not. But when he pulls out his wiener in the men's bathroom and like, look, this is mine. What's yours look like? I mean, that's innocent kid shit.
Right.
I was a kid at one point in time.
So was I.
Great point, Terry. Great point.
I mean, no, I might have been this age my whole life, but but we had sex education classes, so we already knew.
Right.
Things weren't. I don't even know. Like when I went to school, we saw pictures of vaginas and penises. I mean, it was like, look, this is sex education classes. These are condoms. These are STDs. This is what you get if you have unprotected sex.
Right.
This is part of health education, and I mean, I don't even know if they teach that stuff in school anymore. I mean, they used to teach us financial stuff in school so that we knew how to balance checkbooks, take care of people. I don't know if they teach this stuff in the schools anymore. I know my son hasn't. I've been helping him with history. Last time I was helping him with homework.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, it sounds like normal behavior from a regular kid that's going through changes and growing and going through puberty and all those things. That's what it sounds like to me. Wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
So I am kind of curious. Go ahead.
He has an issue with personal space, as Chris has pointed out. But like he has that issue with everybody.
Right.
When he I mean, it's like, son, you need to stay back just a little bit so you can be, because the closer you get, I'm going to ask you to brush your teeth.
Yeah. I totally understand that. Sounds like an innocent kid to me. If you ask me, sounds like an innocent kid. So it doesn't make any sense that he would be like, oh no, like Sebastian has some sort of leprosy or something like that. I think that's a little bit extreme. But we do need to talk about this, and I appreciate you being here to clarify a lot of this, etc. One of the other things, though, too, after everything that happened, she called CPS on the child's family, and all that during that time. Why wasn't there? And I know a lot of people have asked this question. Why wasn't he taken away from that home at that time? Why couldn't you take him? Why couldn't you take him?
We were still in the middle of the divorce. The
Okay.
divorce hadn't settled yet. This didn't happen after the divorce. This was happening during the divorce.
So this happened during the divorce. So
And when I brought it up, I was instead of being the worried father, they turned around and pretty much said, "You're the hateful ex-husband."
right. So let's talk about that for a second. Now, I know that there's been a lot of paperwork, documents that were leaked out here in these internet streets, describing you as just painting you in not a great light, for lack of a better term. And it all has to do with how you were handling your relationship with Sebastian. Okay, for lack of a better term. Can we talk about that a little bit? Because I know that there's been a lot of people talking about that. Some people side-eyeing, etc., saying, "Oh, Sebastian was in a bad place no matter where he turned," so on and so forth. And I just wanted to air some of that information and just kind of lay some of that to bed. What's up with that paperwork? Is any of it actually true? What
If
say
any of
you?
that was true, California would not have given me joint legal and joint physical custody while I was homeless. The best thing they did was keep me in the child's life because I was able to find a place. He was able to come over. He was able to come to my house. I
Mhm.
was paying rent. I was renting a room. I mean, you've never lived in California, but when I was there for a one-bedroom studio, you're looking at $2,400 a month. I don't make that even out here as a deputy sheriff.
Okay, interesting. So those allegations that were in the paperwork, you never raised your hand to him or anything of that sort, or any of the other.
She hit me. Okay, she hit me with the domestic violence. With
Mhm.
Sebastian told I hit him in the head. Now, this whole day, and this took place in one whole day, from the morning until it was time for me to go to bed and time for Sebastian to go to bed. Sebastian had two things he needed to do: clean up his room and make his bed. And then I was going to take him swimming. Tit for tat. You do this, we'll go swimming. My son likes to go swimming, so let's make the bed, clean up your toys, get them all off the floor, and we can go swimming. Like 4 or 5 hours had gone by. I kept checking on him. He wasn't doing it. I was reminding him. And then I go back downstairs. At that point in time, I was really big into computer games. So I'd play computer games, turn around, wait 30, 45 minutes, go back upstairs and check on him again. Just me and him in the house. And he's upstairs. The last time he's upstairs, I walk up there. There's not a single toy in any of his bins. They are all over the floor. Now, there's Legos, there's building blocks, Hot Wheels, action figures, everything all over the floor. My son is also stripped his entire bed, blanket, sheets, comforter, even the fitted sheet for underneath there, and his pillowcase is off of his pillow, and he's butt ass naked, playing on the Wii.
Hmm.
I saw this and I was like, okay, walk to my room, put on my swimming trunks, grab my beach towel. You're not going to clean up your room. You're not going to make your bed. You're not going to get to go swimming. And I was going to prove the point. I went and got ready to go swimming. And he saw me walk by his room in my swimming trunks and my beach towel. And he was like, I want to go swimming. And I stopped and I turned. I looked at him. I looked at the floor. I looked at his bed. I was like, none of your toys are picked up. None of your bed is stripped completely. And you're butt ass naked playing video games. And he went to throw a fit and came across the floor, stomping his feet. And he stomped on a Hot Wheel and he lost his balance. And I put my hand in the door frame and his head hit my hand instead of the door frame.
Hmm.
My son has a pocket of fluid on the right bilateral part of his brain. I don't want him to get hit. I'd rather him hit my hand than the door frame. And he did. So then I went outside. Katie was already home at this point in time. And I went to jump in the pool and do some laps because that's what I was using for exercise. And Katie was out at the smoke section with all of her girlfriends. And Sebastian put on some clothes, ran outside, and told her that I hit him. She turned around and filed, because we were in the middle of the divorce, still living in the same residence. She turned around and using child abuse, domestic violence, and had a move out order issued, and they served it like 3 days later.
Wow. Wow. And then that's when you got basically kicked out of the residence. Am I correct?
That is correct.
So that's how it all happened. But
That's
then,
how I ended up living in my car, trying to figure out how I was going to make ends meet.
wow. 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 Wow.
More than 2 months of not seeing my son.
So you lived in the car. These allegations were written in paperwork, these legal documents during your divorce and during this messy custody battle. The court did their investigation and all of this was unfounded and you were still able to get 50-50, right?
Well, in California, they don't give it 50-50. It's joint legal, joint physical. There is no
Okay.
percentage on the amount of time.
Wow. Okay. But you still got custody.
Correct.
Still living
Because
without
I-
residence. Go ahead. What were you
Because
gonna
I
say?
was homeless. Because I was homeless living in my car. They gave her custodial custody. She was still active duty military. She was getting DAH and everything else, so that helps her keep a residence over her head.
Okay. 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 And of course, still, no matter what, you still have custody over Sebastian, and still to this day, I understand that you worked your tail off to move out to Tennessee from California, move your residence, everything, just to be closer to your son. And of course, all that paperwork is unfounded. All those allegations were unfounded, right?
And when she stated she was moving to Tennessee, I wanted my son out of California because at this point in time, they had just passed a law stating if there was a 10-year difference between the two people, there's a lot of laws that they were passing in California that I just don't think are right. So when she said she wanted to move to Tennessee, I didn't have a problem with it. I wanted my son out of California.
Okay. Do we know anything about this 13-year-old boy now? I mean, I know he'd be like 20, 21, give or take, if he really was 13 years old. Do we know of anything, his whereabouts, etc.?
Nope.
Wow. Okay.
I knew his first name. I didn't know his last name, but hopefully somebody's watching him. Make sure I'm hoping that he got the help he needed.
Yeah. Me too. Hopefully he's not continuing on, right? Okay.
Hope not.
So let's get into this because Katie Proudfoot put up a statement. I just wanted to put it up here so everybody can see it really, really quick. She put this up last night. If I'm correct, this was, of course, after you had the interview and dropped that bombshell of information about what happened to Sebastian when he was 7, 8 years old. Of course, she kind of put in a whole bunch of information about, as much as she says, I'm not trying to do a back and forth. This seems a bit like a back and forth in my personal opinion. But she did say a lot of things in here, basically saying that she was quick to take him to get checked, quick to get him therapy as well. Is that true? Or
Here's
no?
my issue about that. Even if she did, what was going through her mind why wasn't she checking on him? It happened under her watch. Not saying you have to be a helicopter parent, or
Yeah.
I think somebody pointed out that nowadays they call them drone parents. But there's nothing that states that you can't turn around and be ninja and check on your kids. I still check on my son. I check on him when he's in his room. I check on him when he's in the living room. You know, my job, it does not stop just because he's got a year older.
So after all this, she continues saying some more things, of course, talking about how Sebastian was seeing a psychiatrist, a psychologist, due to the trauma apparently the trauma that you inflicted upon Sebastian. And of course, what happened from this 13-year-old kid. Do you have anything to say about that? Because that seems to be a bit wild that she puts that out there like this right now in this kind of fashion.
She can put out whatever she wants.
Gotcha. Okay. Then she also says something about being banned from the base because of violent tendencies.
Because I stood up and I told the doctor that she wasn't helping my son get over what happened. And if I decide to raise my voice, people kind of take it as violent. I'm making a point. You know, did I put my hand on anybody? No. Did I threaten anybody? No. Did I stand up and raise my voice? He's my son. He needs help. He needs the proper help so that he can actually go into society, not thinking that this type of shit is fucking normal.
Mm-hmm.
Should have never happened to him to begin with.
Shouldn't have.
Do I blame her for that shit? Yeah, it happened under her watch. If it happened under my watch, I'd be blaming myself. I already blame myself for some of the shit that's happening. Hindsight's 2020. I can't go back and change it. If I could,
Hey,
Lord help
Vinny.
me, I would. I'd go back to Baxter Springs, Kansas, and tell her to carry her ass to California. Send me the paperwork. I ain't playing this tit for tat. This ain't a war. It's not whoever wins gets Sebastian. The whole point is to find Sebastian. He's missing.
I understand that, and I'm with you 100% on that. Because I feel that all this information that came out, the bombshell, obviously, the information that you gave a couple days ago on the show, obviously opened up a whole new can of worms. Of course, if this is really her responding, if this wasn't written by Chris or written by AI. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say, let's make this clear.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, let's make this clear.
Oh, yes. Let's make it clear. So whether this was written by AI or Chris Proudfoot, or if this was actually written by Katie herself, no matter what, these are some serious allegations to put out here after.
Well, they're not
out.
allegations. It's fact. Not only is it fact, but the sheriff's department already knows.
Of course. What I mean by what I'm saying is what she's saying, not you. We know that what you're
Oh.
saying is backed up by facts, which I am kind of curious about that as well. Do we have paperwork with the CPS call, the call to the CPS with the 13-year-old, so on and so forth, the therapy, etc.? Do we actually have solid evidence of said thing, aside from you telling law enforcement, local law enforcement right now about this situation?
Local law enforcement knew about it previously.
Okay. So then let me ask you this then. Okay, let's get straight to it. Let's get straight to it. What really is the dynamics between you and the Proudfoots? Let's be honest here. Because I know that you've been very diplomatic, and I commend you for it. Seriously, you've been a strong ass soldier throughout this whole thing. I feel like you've been holding down so much. I feel like you've had a lot that you've been wanting to say. And I'm not sitting here saying for you to unearth everything. But what I want to fully understand honestly now that this is cat's out the bag, y'all, okay? I really want to know what really is the dynamics between you, Katie, and Chris Proudfoot, honestly.
I'm Seth Rogers. They're the Proudfoots. That child that they can't seem to say his name is Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. He is my son. I named him. I haven't gone back to court. I want him to come live with me. And I was getting what me and him wanted. He wanted to live with me. I wanted him to come live with me. And now he's missing.
Did Katie have a problem with the fact that Sebastian wanted to live with you? Yes or no?
You'd have to ask her.
You didn't get any vibe from her at all whatsoever from the many years that you've dealt with her since the divorce and since the custody battle was all settled. You never got any vibe from her at all that she felt a little perturbed or jealous over your relationship with Sebastian.
She has made comments along those lines. Talk to your son. He thinks you walk on water. He won't listen to me. Talk to him.
Now,
No. Help it that I can communicate with my son. I mean, I was a stay-at-home parent. I bottle fed him. Before pull-ups, I changed his last diaper. I changed his second. I didn't change his first one. That was the nurse. Opened that up, changed his diaper. Sebastian peed all over the nurse. Like, take that as a warning. I changed his first diaper at the home, out of the hospital. I am still the same person I was when she married me years ago. When she divorced me, I'm still the same person she divorced. Only now I'm a dad. Before I wasn't a dad. My responsibility is not to her. It's to Sebastian. She divorced me. She doesn't get any of the courtesy that I give to others. I try to be diplomatic with her, and most of the time I am. But when I get an attitude from her, I will give her one back. This wasn't to start a fight. This is not even a fight. Which I think is the funniest thing, is this is not a fight. If she wants to make it into a fight, she can. She's gonna be fighting herself. Not me.
Thank you, Zelda, and welcome.
What was the relationship really like? What is the relationship between mother and son? From the outside, of course, you're not God, you're not there behind closed doors. But what was that dynamic really like between Katie and Sebastian? Was it tight? Was it loving? Can you give us a little insight on that? Since now we're finally hearing some more information now. The diplomacy, the diplomatic is thrown out the window. Can we hear a little bit of some truth here?
I'm still diplomatic.
Of course.
That I'm still diplomatic.
Amen, Andy.
And she may or may not like what I'm about to say.
Say it anyway.
But I've told her before, Sebastian didn't think that Katie and Chris liked him at all.
Okay, real quick before you continue, what was being said? What would give off the vibe? Why would he turn to you and say specifically that? Was it because Chris was putting his hands on him? Was it because Katie was putting her hands on him too?
All he did was tell me that he didn't think that they liked him because all they did was scream and yell at him all the time. At which point in time, I told him, son, and this is probably the wrong thing to tell him, but I'm a different generation than he is, obviously.
Right.
Like, son, sometimes we just have to deal with it and look toward the future. You'll be coming to live here at the end of school. So you'll be out of it. Why do I think my son hasn't ran away? Because he's not at my front door knocking on it. There's been that many days that he could have been here.
Thank you,
I've been all over
Zelda.
Montgomery County. I've been all over 41. I've been all over 24. I haven't found him.
You don't think he ran away?
I think if he was to run away, he would put on his shoes. He would have grabbed his phone. He would have at least called me, whether he could have got to me or not.
I'm sorry to hear that, my brother. Real talk.
One of the things that I've told him before, I'll tell him again if I ever get to see him, besides that I'm sorry, whatever happened to him. is that good things come to those who are patient and wait and endure. And sometimes we have to endure horrible things, which is what I'm finding now is horrible things in order to have good things come to us.
Right.
Look, I'm drinking water, so you can't yell at me.
I'm proud of you, man. You moved up in the world. You moved up in the world. Finally. Damn.
I've only drank 5 of them today.
I'm proud of you, homie. Thank you. You need to be healthy. You need to be well hydrated out here. Okay. Real talk. Let's talk about Chris. So the dynamics with Chris, because I know that he's been, there's been talk of him, both of them actually, almost making fun of Sebastian in interviews, cracking jokes about him, so on and so forth. What's up with that? Because obviously it seems as if he has the audacity to call you on the phone, get angry with you on this phone call and say, oh, if I unearth this information, no one's going to want to go and, look for Sebastian. That gives me a vibe that this person doesn't really give a damn.
Very possibly, Sharon. That's why I review these, because it could.
Can you let us know your thoughts
out,
on that? Because it seems as if the last thing you need to be doing is calling a missing 15-year-old kid some sort of pariah or monster out here. Wouldn't you think?
Yeah.
So what is the dynamic? Because remember, he was on Nancy Grace lying in full 4K, saying that he's never put his hands on him before, so on and so forth. No CPS, etc. Is that true or not?
I don't know. I can't get the records.
So has Sebastian ever turned to you or anyone connected to you at all and has expressed concerns over how Chris Proudfoot has disciplined him in the past?
Sebastian never told me that stuff, or else me and Chris would have had a conversation.
Right on. Okay. What are your thoughts about Chris Proudfoot not doing this Nancy Grace polygraph test?
It's his prerogative.
That you're telling me that you're not side-eyeing him at all? That doesn't make you feel any type of way, thinking that maybe he has something to do or knows something about the disappearance of your son?
Well, he once told me if I went back to church that maybe I'd find my son. And what? I know that he's probably in chat listening because, that's just the way he is. What you do in the dark does come to the light. And it says so in the good book. Just remember, there's a special place for people when they die and go to hell for you. So it's his prerogative on what he wants to go ahead and be guilty of. But I mean, he's lied so many times. Does it surprise you?
No.
So here's something that I told my son that I'll pass on to you, Pascal, which I'm pretty sure you already know.
Let's go.
Why would I let what he does affect my demeanor? He doesn't have control over me. I have control over me. The only person in this world that I can control is myself. Like I said, I apologize because I lost it the other day. I was exhausted. You see a side of me that does not come out very often. Normally, I don't get that exhausted, and I'm not a violent person. Normally.
But there's nothing wrong with you saying what you said. You said what you said, homie. My brother, you said what you needed to say. At some point, and I know you've heard this a million times, okay? So I apologize if I sound like a broken record, but you're the only one. Say that again?
Stop apologizing.
All right.
You're telling me to stop apologizing. While you
all right, then forget you then, bro. No, but here it is, though. Real talk. You're the only one out of the three. The only one out of the three working to try to find Sebastian. Sure, they might be, quote unquote, working closely with law enforcement, but we don't see them out there posting flyers, doing everything they can to find Sebastian. They're jumping in RVs and driving off, living their life like it's golden, as if they're single suddenly, like they're, a couple without kids. And that's insane to a lot of people. Go ahead, Seth.
What's funny is all they had to do was give him to me and they could have gone and done that themselves.
No doubt. Couldn't they? Right? So this is just odd. And of course, when you hear Chris lying, because it's really him that's not been consistent. He's the one who's been just really faulty in a lot of things there's been a lot of contradictions in a lot of the podcasts and the interview that he did with Nancy Grace. All of it is not adding up now. So everyone's starting to side-eye those two. But then to add insult to injury, to throw tobacco sauce in an open wound, they jump into this RV and they drive off to an undisclosed place, like the doggone president of these United States. It just doesn't make sense to me. And it makes them look extremely suspicious. But now we're hearing a bunch of new things as well, which I want to talk to you about those things as well. The grandparents, the Bauer Sox. Go ahead.
I'm looking in your chat, and it just so happens I pull up chat, and there's a Mars is a crazy panda Riviera. Seth, you know where Sebastian is because you're too nonchalant about them. Well, let me tell you something. To answer that, I cannot control them. So while you sit there and say I'm nonchalant, my goal is to find Sebastian any way possible within the law, because if it wasn't within the law, then I would be breaking the law in order to prove a point. And that's not how I operate.
Yeah. But I will say this. I understand responding to that, but there are trolls that are going to be in the chat. Some people are just jerks for the sake of being jerks. I say just let it. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to let her know. Or
No,
him
you're
know.
good.
Or it know. I don't want to assume it's gender.
You're good. You're safe here. But let's get back to that question, though. Okay. The Bower Sox, allegedly 2 days or 3 days, whatever, right after Sebastian was reported missing, they allegedly jumped into a car and did a road trip across country to Seattle and then flew to Alaska. Did you hear about that? And is that even true?
I don't know. Where'd you hear from?
I just heard it through the grapevine, to be honest. These streets be talking, bro. These
So what
streets
you
be
did,
talking.
you heard something through the scuttlebug. I don't know if that's true or not. I do know that they left. I do know that they came back the Sunday before Easter.
Okay.
I don't know how long they were gone. Do I find it kind of weird that they did that? Yes. But then again, they're Chris's mother and stepfather. You know, they wanted to sit there and claim Sebastian as their grandchild. But then again, Chris and Katie are doing the same thing that Kathy and Terry's doing. They're
Mhm.
going out in an RV and living the grand life while I'm trying to find my son.
Like I said, the timing seems a bit weird, right? And even so, just, my personal opinion, it just doesn't make any sense for them to take a trip, even just days after Sebastian went missing, their own step grandson. It just doesn't make any sense. I get it if you spent money on tickets and whatnot, but if they really took a private plane or even Southwest Airlines, it doesn't even matter. They could have called and canceled those things and not jumped into a plane or not jumped into a car and driven across country. Like I said, optically, it looks really, really bad. But then again, weeks later, we have the same situation with the Proudfoots getting into an RV and then just disappearing for a few days. But now I'm also hearing, and I'm glad that you answered that. I appreciate you giving us your 2 cents on that. But I also been hearing, and of course, these are just kind of rumor mill stuff, but I just wanted to kind of put some of these things to rest. I'm also hearing something along the lines of a house being sold or about to be put on the market. Is this true about the Proudfoots home being put on the market?
I've heard the same rumor.
And is there a way that you could stop that from actually happening? Because I feel like that's a crime scene. Is that not? Potentially?
Well, if it's true, then it would be up to TBI to do that, not me.
Okay.
And I mean, I'm
Okay.
just a single person.
All right. So has the house been fully processed to your knowledge? Say that again?
Not that I know of.
So the house hasn't been fully processed. Okay. That you know of. Have any of the cars, their cars, the Proudfoots cars, have they been processed fully?
Not that I know of.
Anything that's go ahead.
Now,
Go
the
ahead.
only thing I can say is that me being a parent, or me being the biological father, we won't say who's parents and who's not parents, but me being the biological father, they haven't came and grabbed my vehicle and processed it. I'm still a suspect. I'm a suspect until the case is closed by having Sebastian back. And if they haven't processed mine, then I'm going to assume that they have.
There is no legal crime scene at this point. So there's nothing to process, guys. That's why they haven't done it. There's no crime scene yet. Okay. I don't know if there will be, but that's why that hasn't been done, because there is no crime scene that they're looking at this point. They're not considering it a crime scene, I should say, maybe for lack of better terms. That's all I'm saying. So
Haven't processed theirs. They came to my house the day it happened. They followed me back here, went through my house, took my son's electronics, which they still have not given back. Yeah. It's like, I hope that switches, doing you some good. But they went through my house. They checked my garage to make sure that Sebastian wasn't hiding in my house. But he didn't go missing from my house, so why would they forensically investigate my house?
Wow. So they combed through your home, your own personal home, but they didn't, from your knowledge, they didn't fully comb through the Proudfoot's home, which is the exact home in which he was in before he disappeared.
Well, they've been in that. I said they've been in that house with dogs, cadaver dogs, sniffing dogs. They've gone through and measured the outside, measured the inside.
Now I'm not. I don't watch. I watch. CSI. I'm not a detective. I play one on TV. But did they not spray things down with that fluorescent liquid stuff? Did they not do inside the Proudfoot's home? Did they not do anything to see if there was any spillage, any blood, etc., in the house at all?
Don't know.
Aye. The cars too?
Don't know.
Aye.
The only thing they told me is they put the dogs to the cars.
How's the relationship with you and law enforcement, honestly, right now?
I didn't text them today, and they didn't answer the phone when I called.
Do you think that they're doing a thorough job in the investigation on the disappearance of your son?
I hope they are. I'd like to be able to trust that they're doing the process properly, correctly.
So when you tell me on the previous show, we had a conversation. It was pretty shocking to hear that you have been followed, that volunteers have been followed. In fact, you said on, I think it was Nancy Grace later on, you mentioned that people are actually taking flyers down that have Sebastian's face printed all over them.
Yep.
Have law enforcement done anything in regards to stopping these lurkers from following you guys around or stopping people from taking these flyers down? I'm just curious about that. Have they been doing anything, even that little bit? Just curious.
No, I have no idea. I've given them license plate numbers for people who are following my volunteers, but no threats have been technically made, just implied. So I don't know. I don't know if they're. I don't know what they're doing, man. I'm farther outside of what they're doing than Chris and Katie are.
Interesting that you say it that way. Is Chris or the Proudfoots or the Bower Sox connected to law enforcement in Hendersonville, Tennessee at all? Say that again.
I have no idea. I have no idea. Sorry, I was drinking some more water, so you won't yell at me later.
Hydrate, baby, hydrate. But I am quite curious about that because, I mean, I'll say it. I don't care. It is a little bit odd that all this has transpired. We have not found this young man whatsoever. We had a search rescue team coming in.
That's
They
very
left
true,
because
Katie.
they left for 5 seconds because of threats. Then apparently they have come back. At least Cajun Navy has come back to a certain extent. Some entity of Cajun Navy has come back to help in the search, allegedly. There's still people out here volunteering, trying to find your son, yet you still have volunteers getting followed by random suspicious cars and flyers being torn down in this small town. To me, it seems a little bit odd. Then you also have law enforcement out here on a press conference basically saying, hey, everything's been out, ruled out as far as foul play, so on and so forth. So they're just telling us that your son just got up and walked out the house without shoes on.
Nope. You got to stop for a minute and use
Go
your
ahead.
imagination. He got up and he floated out of the house because no dogs picked up his scent.
No kidding.
I'm sorry if you didn't catch the sarcasm in that.
Oh, that was sarcasm as a mug. You laid it on thick, baby. But that's the thing that doesn't make any sense. That's the part that doesn't make any sense. So this kid suddenly has David Copperfield, David Blaine skills.
No, he has Jedi powers now.
Bang.
Star Wars.
Right. Using the Force.
He is now a master. He is above Yoda, and he can levitate himself to wherever he's going. Aliens have come to pick him up.
Unbelievable. That's the reason why I'm looking at this and I'm side-eyeing all this and I'm going, okay, is there a connection with law enforcement, with the Proudfoots or the Bower Sox or anything of that sort? And of course, hey, sorry, but I got to ask the questions, guys. All right, I know there's some people that are going to feel some type of way about that, but I don't care because this does not make any sense, y'all. None of this makes any sense.
Journalism.
Say that again?
Well, free journalism.
It is free journalism. I love being a free man.
First
It's a beautiful
Amendment.
thing. All day.
Which is backed up by the Second Amendment. And all it takes is a good man to make sure that it stays that way.
Absolutely. Well, trust me, I'm going to keep holding it down here. Okay? All right? Trust and believe. Now, I understand that you're going to be doing a polygraph test. Is that true?
Yeah, Nancy Grace asked if I would do one. I told her yes.
Because I understand that there's a lot of people out here that are speculating that maybe you're the one hiding Sebastian out here in these streets. So, which I think
hiding in the streets.
Right.
People want to come search my house. Well, you can kiss my ass. I walk around my house all day. If the law enforcement wants to come and search my house again, they can make my son's bed this time when they leave. Because they definitely didn't make it when they left.
Okay, he said what he said, y'all. You heard that? He said what he said. Okay, I got a couple questions here I want to bring here. Okay, so S-Dubs just asked, was he reported? Did he have any consequences? And I think this has to do with the essay that happened to Sebastian.
No, he was reported because Katie called CPS, but because he's under the age of 13, nothing happened. Welcome to California stupidity.
Yes. Okay. Wow. Amanda, why did it matter if Sebastian was around his daughter when he doesn't live or he doesn't have his daughter? That's actually a good question too. So that is a question. So every single time that Faith was around, he just kept him as far away from her as possible. That seems a little bit insane. Can you expand on that a little bit?
Yeah, they sent him to my house.
Wow.
Which I'm not going to turn down time with my son.
No doubt.
But then he would sit there on his phone and FaceTime. Last time I think you FaceTime with Faith, it was like for 2 hours.
Wow. That's okay. Okay. Real quick, let's continue. Nicole B, appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yay to the subs. And of course, hey guys, real quick, shameless plug, but please be sure to hit that like button down below. Hit that subscribe button. That'd be greatly appreciated.
Plug that, putting my son in diapers, that's shameless.
Thank you
That's
so
it.
very much, Sharon.
Me
I
explaining that something
appreciate
that has
you
happened that has
more than
changed
you
his life
know.
and he's not getting the help that he needs brings it to more of awareness, not just for him, but for everybody else that's a victim. So while you sit there and want to sit there and say stuff about my son, why don't you let somebody violate you and then find out what happens when you don't get the correct therapy so that you can go back to civilization and be part of society and not be part of the problem?
Can we talk
Don't-
about that? Can we talk about the diapers real quick?
Sure.
I'm glad you mentioned that. What's up with the diapers? Can you break that down for me? Because I've heard that many different times and many different comments and chat forums and all that. Can you just explain a little bit about this diaper situation?
He was having accidents at school, and Chris got tired of Katie taking clothes to him to change clothes, so he made him wear a pull-up, which is actually one of those things that happens to children that are abused. He would come to my house. First thing he did when he came in, I was like, take those damn things off, go take a shower, put on some underwear and some comfy clothes. Because we're men. We wear our boxers. We wear our boxer briefs.
Mhm.
You know, we're not wearing pull-ups. And no accidents here.
But when he would go over there, he would be wearing diapers.
When he went over there, it got to the point where he was forced to bring a diaper over here. Or when he left, he couldn't have underwear at their house.
Really?
Chris didn't want him wearing underwear. Chris wanted him to wear a pull-up. Chris got upset that I wouldn't enforce that at my house.
What?
My son doesn't need to be in a pull-up. My son needs to be treated better. Accidents happen.
No doubt.
All right. But living months without an accident in my house.
Real quick before we continue, I do want to give everybody a quick heads up. Please, guys, I have pinned it to the top at the very beginning of our conversation. It is Seth Rogers' Cash App. I highly urge you guys, I beg you guys, please go over there, show him some support. It is tagged to the top of the chat as we speak right now. I see a gang of y'all in the chat. Please go support. He is literally out here trying to find Sebastian as we speak. He is not working right now. He could really use the help, really use the funds. So please, if you got $1, $5, it doesn't matter. A little goes a very long way. Please go over to the top of the chat. It is pinned to the top. Please go over there. If you have Cash App, check that out. I will also be putting in the GoFundMe link here in just a minute so that you guys can get your hands on that. And if you want to donate over there, you're more than welcome to as well. But please, if you can't.
Listen, guys. Wearing the pull-ups is something that is hidden under your clothing. It allows for you to have the accidents you have without anybody knowing it. If you're not wearing them, because the accidents happen. They can happen, okay? We don't know why they happen. They're not diapers. They're pull-ups, okay? We don't know why they happen. But the thing is if he's not wearing one of those and he has an accident, it's going to be more humiliating for him without that because it's going to show through the clothing or whatever. So it's normal for this to happen, for these things to be. It's not a bad thing, you guys. I've never looked at it as a bad thing. I've seen it happen in multiple situations. It's not a bad thing. I'm sorry. That's why they're called accidents. It's not it's not a planned thing, you know. And for I feel that for Chris to give him the option to use the pull-up rather than punishing him for having the accident says something to me. That's just my opinion, guys. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
If you have one small little generous bone in your body right now, please go over to his Cash App, show him some love. That'd be greatly appreciated. Now,
I'd like to answer this question from Angela Hill.
Okay, sure.
It says, how does he know Chris got tired of it and not mom? Because the last time I heard anything mentioned about it, Chris made a point of stating that his mom was letting him wear underwear again and he had an accident.
Respect each other.
So you put your mom under the bus when you did that.
Asking nice. Please respect each other's opinions and feelings.
That kind of tells me mom was willing to give him a chance.
Yeah, this is all. It's as much as we have been covering this case and talking about Sebastian and trying to figure out all this stuff, it is still really hard to hear all this information. No matter what, it angers the hell out of me. I know you're beyond that.
Taking some of my muscle relaxers and some of my gabapentin, and I'm feeling pretty good right now. My arm still hurts, but it's tolerable.
Right. No, I understand that. And again, I appreciate you being here and being a part of this conversation. Sharing Sebastian's private business is unnecessary and is embarrassing for him. Let's protect children's privacy. and leave our egos out of it, yeah, of course. But I do feel like there's a little bit more information in that to understand how the profits work in this situation. Real talk. Misty, thank you so much. Seth, have you checked facilities who take in autistic individuals? It was said if KP or Katie Proudfoot put Sebastian in a place, HIPAA would stop them from telling anyone. I don't know anything about this subject, but what are your thoughts on that?
I've actually been on it, and I've had a couple people helping me out.
Okay. So you are looking into those kind of facilities, et cetera, just in case if he happened to stumble upon one of those organizations and one of those facilities, correct?
That is correct.
That's good. That's great. That's great news.
I mean, this is a very confusing case because nothing makes sense. So
None
it's
of it.
not about being outside the box per se, but it's trying to look at the box from a 360-degree angle. My son could be anywhere, so any place he might be, we're calling, we're checking, we're emailing pictures of him. You know, this is him. Is he here? You know, the biological father is looking for him. If he is there, please call 911. If he's not, you're subject to kidnapping because the biological father hasn't given permission. And to submit him into any type of institutionalized plan means that you have to have both mother and biological father permission.
Well,
And if they have, when I find him he's out of place and they don't give him to me when I find out, besides calling the police, they'll
Right.
have a lawsuit against them for kidnapping and charges will be filed.
so then honestly, what do you think? Where do you think Sebastian is right now? Honestly.
Don't know, man. It's why I'm looking everywhere. It's why I'm tracking down all angles, any type of ideas. I listen to these podcasts afterwards, and I hear them. But most of the time, I'm looking at chats. I'm looking at chats to see if anybody has an idea. It's the right question. All right. I made a point about that with Dolly on his thing. You're not asking the right question. You have to ask the right question. So I'm looking at all these questions, hoping that I will come across one that I haven't already asked myself. I write it down and I do it.
Right. Well, then here's a question. Are there specific areas the searchers are being harassed or anywhere? If it is specific, are they being tracked if it could lead to a potential location? Thank you and God bless you. And of course, I stand with Seth and Sebastian Strong. Is there any specific locations that maybe these lurkers, these people that are standing around or driving around and following these volunteers, is there any place in particular where traffic is high with these stalkers, for lack of a better term? Say again?
Hendersonville.
Just Hendersonville. Okay.
I haven't seen flyers ripped down over in Bellevue. I didn't, and I'll tell you some of the places I've been. Bellevue, I've been all the way over there on that side. I'll go check and make sure the flyers are there. But I've got people going to the same places 3 days later because all the flyers are gone.
So you keep circling back. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. I was gonna say, yeah, we do. We keep circling back. I believe he's alive. If he's not hidden somewhere or in some camp that we haven't found yet, why do people want to keep tearing down my flyers?
No
Why
doubt.
don't they? The questions that I have. Why don't you want me to find my son?
I think that's the reason why. I think that's the ongoing question that we all are asking the same thing. I mean, why are these people following your volunteers, following you around? Why are flyers being ripped down? You've talked to 5-0, you've talked to law enforcement. So why hasn't law enforcement actually gotten off their butts and done something about these people that are lurking in the background? And I get it that, they may not be breaking any specific laws, but at the same time, if they're tearing things down and intimidating people, that's a big problem, especially when it comes to this search. It's intimidating people enough for them not to show up, if that makes any sense. Cajun Navy left because of these threats that they were getting. And apparently Nancy Grace was one of the people that actually heard these phone calls, these threats to the Cajun Navy. I mean, that says a lot. So why isn't law enforcement doing everything they can to protect the people that are out here, putting in the much needed time to find Sebastian?
Maybe you should ask them during the next press conference.
I should. Whenever that press conference is going to be. That's what I'd like to know. If it's open to the public, indeed. If it is indeed. Right? Real quick, this is important for you too. Okay, so that you can keep moving out here. Is there a Venmo? Do you have a Venmo?
I don't.
Okay.
I don't even have the Cash App. The Cash App is actually his godmom.
$. It doesn't matter. A little bit goes a very, very long way.
Messenger.
Okay. So it will be at the Rudder, still at 126 River Road, Hendersonville, 37075. Right? at 6 p.m.
6 p.m.
tomorrow. Okay, just so you guys know. So tomorrow will be the vigil. All right. Tomorrow, the Rudder. Let me repeat that again. I'll say it again before the end of the show. 126 River Road, Hendersonville, Tennessee, 37075. Okay. And it starts at 6 p.m. tomorrow. So not Sunday, Saturday. Okay. Just so you guys know. Now, Elena, thank you so much, says, have you followed up with his medical insurance to see if medical claims have been submitted to insurance in the last months?
Good idea.
That's a good idea, actually. Yeah.
I'll work on that probably Monday.
Bang. Bingo, bango. Phil asked.
About asking the right question.
Somebody asking the right questions?
That
Are you
is the
taking
right
notes?
question.
You are taking notes. There we go. Golly, we got him taking notes, everybody. I love to see it. I love to see it. That's good. You guys are smart out there. Y'all too smart. Y'all too smart out here. Okay. Another one. Jackie Sue asks. I know I sound crazy. And me.
Oh no, she sells the shirts at. I think she's selling them at her cost.
Absolutely. I know that we just talked through a lot of stuff, and I hope that some of this was cleared up.
Okay, so the rest of this is just about GoFundMe's and T-shirts and merch and all this other stuff. There's really nothing else on here that I care to hear. That I don't think it has any bearing on, and none of it had any bearing on finding Sebastian, in my opinion. Anyway, there were some other things. In my opinion, some of that stuff, it didn't need to be reprocessed again, re-talked about again. Okay, and I just don't. I don't understand. I don't understand. So, at this point, you guys, I got to be honest with you. People keep asking me, did you see the interview? Did you see the interview? Can we talk about the interview? Can we talk it? They're all starting to sound and look the same. They really are. Okay. They really are. So, and it's a shame. It's a shame because now, guys, in my opinion, it has become, how can I put this? Welcome, Draw. It and Maisie, everybody that's jumped in since we've been going, thank you for joining us. So, it's become it's gone against Sebastian in some ways, in my opinion. I'm going to set this up for everybody, the links and stuff. 1 second, folks. Thank you, Zelda, very much. So hold on, guys. Let me make this work itself out. Hold on. All right, sorry, my granddaughter was asking me a question. My apologies. I'm setting it up, guys, as we go right now. Shoot, hold on a minute here. Again, guys, there's no point in slamming either side of this, at this point, because it doesn't do any good. It's not bringing Sebastian home. So what is the point in it? Obviously, it's like a witch hunt, that doesn't need to be, until we know and we have some proof as to who is, if anybody's responsible for something. We need to bring them home. Then worry about that kind of stuff, if it at all, ever. Oh, that's all I'm saying. But hey, who am I? Hold Hold on a second here. Pull that back up. There we go. Hello, Terry. Can you hear me?
Yes.
How are you today?
I'm good. Yourself?
Not too bad. A little disappointed, but not too bad.
Yeah, it's very disappointing. I watched it last night. I just wanted, I wrote down some stuff because I think it may have been missed. In fact, there was one thing that was at the very end that really spoke a ton of stuff. You notice in the beginning, he said that he went to the doctor and got muscle relaxers. And at the very end, he talked, I can't remember where. Oh, I know. It was Katie. They said something that Katie passed her lie detector, and I can't remember who it was. I think it was the guy. What was his name? Pascal or something. He said, "Yeah, I've read that muscle relaxers, and she was on those, right? Muscle relaxers can help you pass the test."
I've heard that too. I'll have to look into that more. I don't know, but yeah, I have heard that in other cases actually. So
I'm just saying.
Well, welcome everybody. Clue. Hold on a second. Jody Allison, welcome to all of you, and Terry, of course. Nice picture, Clue. I've never seen that one before. So yeah, no, I get what you're saying, Terry. I understand completely. And hold on a second here. Apparently, people don't like. What questions are you answering that you're not getting answered? Most the middle. There's maybe a question I didn't see. Okay. So apparently I didn't see the question. My apologies. Is there a drug problem in that area, i.e. Oxycontin? Can you answer that question, Clue? I don't live there. I live in Ohio.
I'm sorry, I was looking at this comment about the earthquake.
Oh, yeah.
Something about Victoria's in the earthquake.
In California.
I thought it was New York.
There's another one they just said happened in Northern California. Good God. Taiwan, New York, California.
Oh, great.
That's wonderful. Is there an Oxycontin drug problem in that area that you know of?
I mean, I think it would be fair to say there's a drug problem everywhere, but I don't think it's not. I would say it's probably not here as bad as some other places, possibly.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't heard of there being actually an Oxycontin problem for a long time. It's more along the lines of fentanyl. Fentanyl. Yeah. Thank you, Cletus. What's up, bro? That's what I haven't. Oxy's pretty much gone by the wayside, from my opinion, but I don't know. But what is that anyway? I don't know how that would have any bearing on it, but I mean, it's an interesting question. They measured an earthquake in Tennessee as well. Damn, for real?
When was that?
When did that happen, Golf? I think it has something to do with this damn eclipse thing. Welcome, Miss Nelly. Thank you for joining us today, my dear.
Sorry, I just got down my.
I couldn't hear you, hon.
There we are. Sorry, I just had to shut down my YouTube. You had echo from me. Sorry. I think it's okay.
Oh, no, you're okay. You're okay. That happened yesterday, by the way, in Tennessee, guys. Thank you, Golf. Well, welcome everybody. A full panel here. Wonderful to have you all here. I'm a little nervous. I'm surrounded by all these awesome women. Well, I'm a little self in here, so you better stick up for me, Cletus. That's all I can say, because you're back there too.
I'm just sitting here watching the show.
Right. That's right. All right. So what can I do for who and when, and who wants to go first?
Okay, I'll go first. No, I waited. I gave a pause. There's a couple of things that I wanted to say about this. Is that I think we've all got. I'm not out for any parent here. I've watched some of Clue's stuff, and I agree with what she's saying. None of this is helping find Sebastian. I think there are some clues. I do think the fact, I thought it was quite important, the fact that Sebastian was, quote, Seth, showing his wiener in male bathrooms.
None of that was needed. I agree.
Well, I wonder if he did that in the restaurant Maybe, they've said he's desperate for friends. From what happened to him, maybe he thinks that's how you get friends. What if a predator picked up on that and found a way to get in touch with him? I don't know. But I think we've got to remember there's two sides to every story. And I think that I understand Seth's frustration, but we hear one side of the story. Now, that argument that he came out with, Chris is threatening, I'm going to tell them why I don't want your son to be around my daughter. We don't know what Seth said to him. We don't know what went on. That could have been a full-on blowout argument. Maybe the Proudfoots or feet, I don't know what you say for plural, but maybe they're sick of being accused. And I understand people being dodgy and everything, but imagine if you're a mother and you all right, she's made a mistake. She didn't check on him last thing. But what if she woke up and what if everything she said is true? And she woke up and he'd gone.
Right.
You've got your ex-husband, and I thought he said something very interesting. This is just me. It's not word for word, but he said something like, she divorced me, so she doesn't get my respect or something like that.
Yeah, right.
I thought that was really interesting. And I thought, how do we know that Seth doesn't cause them a pile of crap?
That's there's two sides to everything. That's 100% true, Nellie. I agree with you.
I just feel he's the most vocal. Who knows why they fled? Maybe because I'm sorry, I watched the interview with Nancy Grace, and I never watch her because she's like Marmite. In the UK, we say that you love her or hate her. I don't like her at all. But I made myself watch that interview to try and get some facts, and she was embarrassing, in my opinion. They were guilty in her eyes, and I don't think that's right. They might be guilty, but you can't just fire at people like they're, like she's the prosecution and they're on trial. I just found it, maybe that's why they fled. I tell you what, if I were guilty, I would not go on Nancy Grace. I'm telling you now. If I were innocent, I wouldn't go on Nancy Grace.
That's a really good point, because she is, at times, she's very like, rawr. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yes, I agree.
And Nellie also said something extremely interesting, in that a lot of people should take into account. There was a discussion between all three parents about this GoFundMe. All three of them agreed they would not do that. The proud feats, as I call them, they don't have a GoFundMe, and they have bills, same as Seth. You know what I mean? So they aren't, the bills aren't going to quit. Somebody's got to work. You know what I mean? Everyone says they're like fleeing and going on vacation. Is that the case? Or are they doing what they were doing before and going to work?
But also, Clue, I think
Good point.
If their son is missing and he comes home, they're going to know very quickly if he comes home. And some people can't face being there. It's really tough having the press and God knows who else on their doorstep. I don't think we should judge them for trying to get away from because it's becoming a circus.
I'm surprised they didn't, though, search at any time during this. I think that's
well, and we don't know that 100%, Terry. I said that, and I was just getting ready to respond to something Brittany said, and I'm not. Listen, before I say anything to any of this, I'm not on anybody's side of this. I want you guys to understand that. I'm kind of disappointed in both sides, to be honest with you. And I've had that conversation with other people. I've had that conversation with Cluminati. I don't, for whoever thinks this, I don't agree with everything Clue says 24/7. She knows that. We've had our disagreements where we know how to do it respectfully and walk away from a situation and still be able to be friends about things. You know what I mean? So I don't agree with everything she says, and she doesn't agree with everything I say. It's not like that, you guys, and that's the way I am, period. I'm in the middle of this situation because I don't trust either side of the situation. I don't like the way things are going either way. Nobody should have came out and did the interviews, in my opinion, because it has done nothing but turn this into a 3-ring circus. It has nothing to do with Sebastian Rogers. He's back here somewhere now, guys. Unfortunately, this is where he's at now. And what we have now are the proud feet, whatever you call it, Clue. I almost said proud foots. The proud feet or the proud foots, whatever. And Seth, right here. This is what's center stage, is them. And that's not what this is about. It's not supposed to be about this at all. And that's what's happened. No matter how hard we try to keep it away from that, that's where it's at. So
I just
go ahead.
To point out as a parent, sorry, I'm not going to dominate the chat, but
no, you're fine.
I just wanted to point out that we all make mistakes as parents, okay?
Yeah.
You know, things have happened with me and my son, or my ex and my son, you know, where it's like, oh my God, I turned my back for a minute and this happened. I'm not saying that's what happened here. But I'm just saying, you know, she didn't check on him. He's never run away before. So I wouldn't think twice about going, hey, you know what, settle down. And he replies, and then she went to bed. That is not a big sin. You know, it's people are so picky. And really, I just, listen, they might be guilty as hell. I don't know. But I think as the true crime community, we absolutely pinpick every single point. Imagine she's a completely innocent mother who made 1 or 2 mistakes. You know, and then say, this is just an example, say Seth, who is obviously blaming them for bad parenting, who is a weekend father, not out of his choice, I'm sure, but in their world, I try and be empathetic. You know, I try and think of both sides of the story. What if in their world, he's never there? He's every other weekend and holidays, and he muscles in and says, this is all your fault. This is your fault again. It's because of you my son's gone missing. Maybe they got nasty back. Maybe they feel terrible about it and just think, oh my God, stop blaming us, you know? I just feel that everybody is blaming Chris and Katie, and maybe they're you know, maybe it'll turn out there's something wrong there, but I think it's wrong to be so biased so quickly because we've only got Seth's point of view.
So
right, until we know what's actually going on, I think we should hold off and back up a little and go, hey, you know, like let this be brought to light by the proper people.
Well, and to Nellie's point, I want to take everyone back like a few months ago, right, to the Kansas City 3. That poor guy who owned that house, he was a chemist. He mixed up a batch of drugs.
Right.
He killed his friends. He's a lab guy, y'all. He like works on the AIDS thing and da 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 da. Like you know he could get it done. And this guy didn't do a darn thing wrong.
Well, the same thing that happened with in Tennessee with Donna I. Okay, they were blaming the hospital. They were blaming the sheriff's deputy. Everybody was blaming this, that, and in the end, it was something that Donna herself wanted, and she unfortunately went into a bad situation because she had a problem and froze to death. This is what happens, guys, and it's not right. We need to wait until everybody gets so excited about situations, and I'm not telling anybody how to feel. But your Clue's right. You know, this is what has been going on in this community, not this community, but just true crime in general. People want to get an answer for something, and they go to whatever they can immediately. I think.
Hold on, Leslie, what rally?
What rally?
That thing, I told you we should have gone out and hit you.
The rally? Oh, that's another thing. What the hell is that all about? Okay, come on. This is what I'm talking about. So is this really going on for real?
Apparently so. Was this the Repent Chris rally? Sorry, Jody, go on.
Oh, you're fine.
Go ahead. Yeah, I keep muting you, Jody, because of the wind, but I want you to talk. Go ahead. You're fine.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay, hon. You're fine. You're perfectly fine. I just go ahead and talk. I don't mean to interrupt you again.
Oh, no, you're fine. I went outside because my son playing video games, and I've never called into a show, so I'm a little nervous. But
You're doing great. You're fine.
the first thing, I do have a question for Clue. I know Seth said in Hendersonville he's always seeing flyers being taken down. Well, have you put flyers out in Hendersonville, and have you noticed any being taken down that you've put up?
We have not. Have we put anything in Hendersonville?
I don't think we've done Hendersonville because it seems
They said it was covered.
Well, and that's where everybody's gathering, and it seems like
they're covering that.
Covering Hendersonville. Yeah.
I can say that none of our flyers, like we've put them in Gallatin, Castellan Springs, Bethpage, Westmoreland, and none of. One of them was down the other day, but honestly, I think it was the store owner because it's been up a month. Yeah, y'all. I can see Victoria. So outside of that, though, none of the ones that we have put up have been torn down.
That's what I was wondering, if that was the case, because that would be awful if it was, but I figured you would know more than anybody. And then another question. So the reward to find Sebastian, what is that at right now?
I think it's,
we don't know.
I don't know, because that hasn't been pushed.
That's what I was, yeah.
The only thing that you hear is the GoFundMe, now a Venmo, and short selling, but the
35, wasn't it 35 the last time we saw it?
I heard him on Seth on another channel. Somebody, I think it was Pascal, he mentioned about bringing up the reward fund and how to donate to it, and then Seth was like, no, we're not going to do that right now. Let's hold off on adding to that. But here's my cash app.
Why?
Like, what? Yeah, why?
That was not last night.
No, this was, I'd say, a couple of days ago. Yeah, and that really struck me as odd. Like, why? Compare the numbers, compare his cash app amount, how much has he received compared to Sebastian's reward money.
And you would think, okay, here's I'm kind of irritated with that myself. Thank you for bringing that up, Jody, because that's probably the most important monetary value out there right now, because, people respond to money. It's very sad, but it's fact. People respond to money. So the higher that is, the more apt somebody could be to look harder or do something to bring him home. And why are we putting a stop to that? You see what I'm saying? I don't get that at all. So I'm glad you brought that up.
And one more thing that I think is really odd about, like, I personally, like, the only thing I agree with Seth has said is no one's been cleared. But a lot of things that he has said, they're just not adding up. Well, I mean, I don't think he's hiding him, but I just, like, I keep going back, and it could mean nothing, but I keep going back to when he said, Sebastian was supposed to live with me a year ago. And Sebastian wants to live with me, and I wanted him to live with me. But when he told him a year ago, I'll give you another chance.
Yeah.
To, whatever it was, to get your behavior right or to straighten up.
Right.
So I know most of y'all or all of y'all are parents. What does that mean? Okay, when you tell your kid, I'll give you another chance to straighten up before, you can do something. What does that mean to y'all?
It seems like his house was a punishment, in my opinion.
That's what I take it as, personally, because, okay, I can give you like 2 examples. If I said that to my son as something like he wanted something, right? Like, say my son wants some candy, and I'm like, well, you better straighten up, and I'll give you another chance. Sorry, it's loud out here.
Oh, it's okay. You're okay.
I could tell my son, okay, well, if you want that candy, you better straighten up, and I'll give you another chance, and then you can get the candy. Or, because let's say Sebastian didn't want to go over there. And like, here's an example, is if my son didn't want to be grounded, and I say, well, I'll give you another chance to straighten up and you won't be grounded. As in, Sebastian didn't want to go. So his dad was like, well, I'll give you another chance to straighten up. Does that make sense?
No, because here's the thing. I talked to Clue about this last night. I think it was. This is not a behavior that can be corrected, like just taking things away, punishing. This is an autistic behavior that is something that this child can't help per se. Okay, it's a learning type thing. You have to teach him he has to change it by learning, being taught to do different things, and with the use of medication in some senses as well. But again, at the same time, You can't just say you either change or you lose your phone or you're gonna have to come live with me or I don't. However it goes, it's not that type of a thing, and that was something that bothered me to hear that immediately because I know how that works. It
And
doesn't work with my child, and my child's not even as bad off in a sense as what Sebastian's version of the spectrum is. So go ahead.
and to me, it just seems like Chris and Katie, they wanted him to go over there, right? So what was the holdup, if that makes sense?
Well, right. I agree. Doc, welcome, Doc. Again, thank you for joining us today. The legacy media and certain social media have used these interviews of both sides to destroy the focus of searching for Sebastian. This is a travesty. There is chaos in this family, and there needs to be an urgent intervention. Amen to that one, Doc. Thank you very much. I agree. I do agree. These three people should be working together, not against each other. And this has turned into I hate you more than you hate me.
Well, here's the problem. I think I wish people would sit back and see it's not been a fight in the media between the three people. It's been a fight in the media from one person.
Yes. Yeah. I agree. I do agree.
Yeah, they didn't say anything about when they, in the beginning, they just said Sebastian didn't like that his dad smoked. That was it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They didn't say anything. That was and that wasn't really him. I mean, people could take that as a dig, whatever you want to call it, but it was just making a statement to answer the question. So I agree with that one, Terry. You're right. They didn't say anything.
Can I clarify? Sorry, can I just clarify that Seth said to Sebastian, you get one more chance. What? Otherwise, you come and live with me? Or was it the other way around? You can come and...
That's a good question, Nellie. It's hard to kind of break that down based on what we've heard. You know what I'm saying? Because he says he was, and you can correct me on this, Clue, because we talked about this before. He says, I think he was supposed to come with me a year ago, but I gave him another chance to correct his behavior. So to me, it sounds like it's a punishment.
To go and live with him?
Yes.
Right.
Thank you. That's what I was taking it as.
That's how I take that. There really is no other way. Either straighten up your behavior or I'm going to take
go
over.
on your dad's house. Right. Thank you. That's how I took that.
Well, isn't that odd?
It very much so. I agree. I do agree.
It doesn't line up with the image that's been portrayed, right?
Right.
Because he's saying that, and I get some of this. The way he's saying it is some of this that's happened is coming after the fact. He's finding out about this and that after the fact. But there are some things that he's saying that seem to be indicative of they were going, problems he was aware of before this, right? And it's like, I don't know, the way it's presented just doesn't seem to add up to me because he makes it sound like it was a punishment, but he also makes it sound like his house is the fun house.
Yeah.
And those two don't really go together. So I don't. It would be good to hear some clarification on that.
Yeah, I agree, Cletus, because also if he's very passionate at the moment that they're not parenting him properly. Can I give you a small example? It's not comparable really, but my son went with my ex, who is a very good dad, and maybe a couple of months ago, my son said, Mum, I've got something to tell you, but it happened ages ago, and I just need to tell you. And I had some Prime. Now, he's not allowed to drink Prime. He's 8 years old, okay? And he'd gone to a festival with his dad and came home, and I knew nothing that had gone on. And he said, I drank Prime at the festival, and I ended up in the A&E tent. I said, what? You can imagine.
Sure.
So it turns out that a friend of my ex's, not really knowing it was bad for kids, said, yeah, sure, I'll give you a Prime.
That's what happens.
And then it was like, for God's sake, don't tell your mum, she's going to go mental.
And that's what, and I know that's a great point because kids, autistic or not, okay, they have a manipulative side to them, and they will, in some senses, say, hey, I know in their mind, Mom don't let me drink this, but Dad don't know nothing about this, so I'm going to go ahead and ask, or something like that. You know what I mean? It can happen, guys. It does. And let me answer something real quick. I'm sorry, Nellie. I don't mean to interrupt.
No.
I'm not defending anybody up here because I have issues with the and questions with the Proudfoot side of things too. It's a conversation about everything. I don't think anybody's defending anybody specified. Okay, we're just
There
talking
should be.
in general.
There's right. And I'm sorry, not sorry. There should be, honestly, a little, and I mean a little suspicion on all three parents.
Agreed.
But the reason I don't say a lot is because, again, we don't even know that a crime has been committed.
Amen.
Yeah, exactly that.
And that's another thing. Like we listened to what Chris supposedly did, allegedly. I'm sorry, the belt thing, this, that, and everything else. Yes, I've got issues with that myself, but we also have gotten documentation that states that Seth did these types of things. He did talk about it a little bit, but not as much as what the documentation reads into. So how do we look at that? You look at both sides of it and you go, there's blame here and blame here. I'm in the middle with that going, I don't want to blame anybody. I want to find Sebastian. That's what I want to do. But, that's the most important thing here. And that's not what this has become, guys. That's the whole problem. I do have issue with both sides of the fence. I really do. Parents are parents. And like I said before, kids do not come with a handbook, especially kids that have autism. They really don't come with any kind of instruction label at all. We do the best we can as parents on both ends of that, okay? People aren't perfect. They're going to make mistakes on both sides, and I know they both have. There should never be, especially in the case where that child's missing, where this one's saying, well, it's their fault. This one's saying it's his fault, and it's their... No, guys. None of this is right. You got to know that, okay? Because in the end, a lot of people have made this statement. When, I'm going to keep it like that, when Sebastian comes home and sees and hears all this, what do you think he's going to feel?
Yeah.
Honestly,
I think, in terms of digging into people's backgrounds and their characters and how that's relevant, if you want to consider that as having some relevance in this situation with the things that have been dug up and that have come out, I can't help but see it as a situation where it creates a potential motive for nothing other than him to run away.
Yeah.
Right.
Nobody's background has come out showing that they're a villain in terms of, offing somebody. Nobody's background has come out saying that they've kidnapped somebody. Nobody's background's come out saying that they've, put anybody in a hospital. There's dirt. Everybody's got dirt that could be dug up and spun or presented biasly and make them a villain in a situation. But if you look at the thing holistically and look at the amount of drama that just exists over the fact that he's missing, like I said the other night, I want to run away.
Well, and
yes.
I just want to say this. I think the very first thing, one of the first things in that interview with Pascal, right, was not a HIPAA violation, right? What I find that some of the public is absolutely just, it almost disheartens me for the lack of common sense that are in a whole lot of people. But I think Seth ought to be more appreciative of the fact that Chris himself, right, and Katie are not putting your son's business out there, especially when it comes to Chris, because technically speaking, he is the step parent. It's not his right to put the business out there. So you're making fun of someone or mocking someone for literally trying to do the right thing and follow the law and not put someone's business out there he has no legal authority to do.
Good point. That's a good point. I agree. I do agree.
But instead it's used to make him look like a villain. I think that is, I don't know. The more he talks, the more I'm like, your behavior is pretty freaking disgusting. And someone said earlier, there's a rumor I don't like him because he won't come on my show. I have met him face to face twice, and I've never asked him to do so once. There's a reason. I've seen things. I don't want no part of it.
Right. And I gotta, hold on a minute. I gotta say something too, if I can. that I said last night. Okay, and I think it's fact, folks. I really do. I've noticed that since did something else go up in there that I'd missed? That I think that did you do that again, Draw? That
Yes, I did.
okay, thank you so much, Draw. Where's the other one? I only saw the Legacy Media one. I'll find it. But anyway, I think I've noticed that Seth's his interviews have gotten a little more I don't know, let me think of the right word here. A little more, oh, there it is. A little more out there, okay? And I got to be honest with you guys. I think because Seth claimed in the very beginning he's not a social media person. I believe that. But he's been following social media since this happened, which I don't blame him. I would too. And I think that he's watching everything that's going on. He clearly stated in Pascal's interview that he's watching the chats. He's watching what people are saying. And I think it's going into his mind, and that's where some of this is coming from, in my opinion. Where he seems to be more angry than he was before, and seems to be like kind of lashing out in some senses. Okay, he wasn't doing that before, and I know he's frustrated. God, I know he's frustrated. I can only imagine, and it breaks my heart that he or anybody is going through what they're going through. But I think that the reading into the social media stuff is possibly making this worse in his mind, and how he's seeing and believing and reading and following certain things that people are saying and doing, and it's making it more of a problem for him in his mind, which in turn has made it add more to the fire. It's just more fuel for the fire, in my opinion. And that's something I do truly believe. Again, Doc, thank you so much for that. It says, listen again to Nancy Grace's coy question of Seth about his daughter Faith, and issues, Chris, about his daughter Faith and issues in the home. That question lit the public. Your fault, no, your fault. Argument on fire.
And to
Very
be
good.
fair,
Good point.
after what he said, if that is true, right? If that is an actual situation that Seth was speaking of, where he's whipping his mini me out, I can tell you as a parent of a daughter, I would feel the exact same way. Be mad if you want to, but that is not something that would happen underneath my roof to my kid.
Yeah, I can agree. I do definitely agree. Chronicles of the Shade. Your word play on words kills me sometimes. I swear it does. Chronicles of the Shady, yes, but NZ planted the seed, and the public curiosity. I'm not blaming. So absolutely, that happened. But that's what Nancy's job is. That's what she's always done. That's what they do. Reporters like that. Okay. It brings the most dramatic aspect to an interview or the situation. That's what their jobs are, guys. We know that. That's why we're not real big fans out here of mainstream media and shows like that. Period. So,
yeah,
you know,
it's not just mainstream media. Like YouTube is definitely helping with this narrative. Like
100%. No, I agree with you, and that's why I'm pulling this up. That's why I say creators respond 100%. Brittany, listen, I bring this stuff out here to review these interviews, and when I do it, I constantly have. Every time I do it, and everybody in here knows this, the first thing I say is, okay, guys, we're going to review this because it's per request. I have thousands of people asking me to review these interviews, and not thousands, but quite a few people. Let's talk about it. Let's look at it. Let's watch it. Are you going to play it? Are you going to? Sure. Okay. Before I do it, the first thing I say every time is, now, guys, it's an interview. We're going to talk about it. We're going to look at it. We don't need to blame anybody because there's no proof of anything to blame anything on. That's why I say that, because I know how it's going to turn out in some senses. I have not, if you guys have noticed, and I can show you, I've never once reached out to the Proudfoots or Seth to try to get an interview because I don't want to. Okay? If they want to talk to me, they can reach out to me. I've been in all these different chats with different creators, watching them. I've played almost every interview that's ever been out there, if not all of them, to review what is said from the parents and see how they feel, what is being done, because they have more insight than we should. And that's where the info should be coming from, along with what law enforcement gives us. That's why I do this, so that we can figure out maybe a motive, maybe if there's things that are talked about that didn't come out through law enforcement in some senses as to where he could go, clues about different things. Lately, it hasn't been about that, though. Lately, it's been about what parent did what to the other parent or to the child or not or whatever. That's all it's been anymore. So at this point, I know that people have already watched them, but I like to watch them with you guys. That's just what I've always done. That's why we do this. But people still come to me that even though they watched them already, they watched them when they were live. Are you going to play a Dago? Can we do it? Sure. Okay. It doesn't need to be this way, though, you guys. It's very frustrating. Okay. And then other people get attacked. People have attacked Illuminati because of what her opinions are on different things. That's not right, guys. It's not. She has the freedom of her own mind. She sees things the way that they are. There's nothing wrong with that. Just as much as I see things the way they are, and you see things as the way they are.
I'd like to say, I think
that option. Sorry, go ahead, Nellie.
No, I was just going to say, I think I might be wrong, but we're actually now getting a glimpse of what Sebastian's real home life was like and the warring parents. I think now
here it is. Yes,
I think he's had to live with two parents probably sparring all the time, and I'm wondering if a motive was, you think parents splitting up for a kid is hard enough anyway, no matter what Sebastian went through, which was awful. And then you've got allegedly, Seth saying, I'll give you one more chance. You're coming to live with me. What if Mum and Chris were saying, right, we're going to send you to live with your dad? And he actually felt like nobody wanted him.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a massive rejection. It's like, well, no one wants me. Maybe it was a big, attention-seeking thing. Like maybe now they're going to miss me. Maybe somebody will want me if I leave. Divorce and parents is bad enough, but then you've got step parents, then you've got parents arguing, then you've got parents playing you. You're a weapon.
Absolutely.
I wonder if the grandparents too.
Yeah.
And you're right, Nellie. For all we know, guys, before this ever happened, this could have been what life has been like for the past 15 years for him. We don't know that.
And if I can add to that, right? I think the other piece that if you look at what both sides have said that line up, he's 15 and hormonal, right? And he's mentally he's younger than 15. He's physically 15, mentally about 11, I think is kind of what we've heard. And if you consider that on top of all this, I think it's completely possible that he ran off and maybe even, coordinated it with somebody. It could have been another child.
Yeah. It'd be like somebody, he could have went to somebody and said, hey, my life is like this. I got to get away from this. I'm sad. People don't like me. I'm not loved here, blah, blah, blah. We don't know. I'm just making things up right now. And it could have been a child or an adult, and somebody decided to help him get out of there.
And that's why I think, no matter what our opinions are of either set of parents or parental figures or any individual one,
right?
If anybody, and I said this yesterday, right? Somebody was saying, so are you saying we shouldn't go to the meetup at the Rudder? I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying anybody that can search and wants to search, absolutely, in whatever way they can. Passing out flyers to me, I think, is a huge thing as well, because I think there's a chance he's local, because I think there's a chance he met up with somebody that possibly was coordinated and he's there. I think there is a chance of that, because if you consider the fact that they've searched, 5 miles thoroughly, I'd say it's fair to say twice now, there's a whole lot of homes outside of that where he could be.
Yeah, right. That makes sense. It does. Thank you,
I think the drama aspect of this has just gotten entirely out of hand. And at the end of the day, spreading the word,
very much so,
is, and going door to door, handing out flyers in parking lots, whatever, is the key thing to helping find him.
Yeah, and I'm going to say something, guys, between all of us here, everybody, all 217 people here, and all the communities that go to Beyond the Pale, the communities that go into Illuminati that aren't in here right now, we need to be and this is not meant disrespectful to any of the family members at all. We need to be the bigger people, guys. And I think that we need to instill in what we do that the number one priority is finding Sebastian and start ignoring the back and forth thing. We just have to do that. That's the only way that this is going to come back to where it needs to be, in my opinion. Okay. And that we're all good enough to do that, guys. We are all strong enough to do that. And we all care enough about this. So we wouldn't be sitting here right now to do that. And I'm not being rude when I say this, but piss on them. Let them do their thing. We need to focus on him. If they're not going to do it, and this is their thing right now, let them do it. If that's what they need to do. We need to ignore it and focus on Sebastian and move forward with that, guys. Period. That's my opinion.
I get the, Seth will say, "Oh, my big thing is we got to find my son. I'm searching," and then he turns around and says, something that's not relevant. But didn't somebody say the other day that there's such a thing as like an adversary or somebody that can tell him what's going on?
Yeah.
I keep saying, I don't know. And it's like, okay, I get it that you're looking, but you also have to listen to how, what's out there as far as what they've found or where they are in the, you know what I'm saying? Can somebody
advocates. Well, and here's the thing, though. They have to be willing to accept that before that can actually go into effect. So here's the problem with that. There are advocates that are out there. They have to call and request and say, hey, I need somebody that, whether it be an attorney, guardian ad litem, or something in some senses. I'm just trying to give you guys examples of what that would be. And say, we need somebody here that can handle this stuff for us, okay? And can direct us and lead us in a way that we don't really know, because nobody knows how to deal with this unless it's happened to them before. Well, that doesn't happen often, folks, okay? But they have to be willing to reach out for that. They have to be willing to be okay with that. And I don't see that happening, unfortunately, on either side, because both sides are very strong-willed and want to be in control of their own situational issues, okay? That's probably where the problem's going to lie with that, Terry. But it is definitely a great idea. If it would come into play, it would change things, I think, a lot. But
I have another question, and it's kind of bringing it back to everything they've said about not having Sebastian around Faith. Well, they've all made a big deal about that, but then mainly Seth has turned around and said that Sebastian's FaceTiming her for hours. To me, it doesn't seem like they let each other be around each other, but then why are they letting each other FaceTime each other for hours? How do they have that much of a relationship to do that but not be around each other? Right. That doesn't make sense either.
No, I agree with you. That's a little odd. I will say that. There's a lot of these things that don't make sense, guys, that really, in my opinion, probably don't have any bearing on any of this either.
Right.
So that is a good point, opinionated. I don't know either if that's how it works, but there's got to be somebody out there that they could like direct them to, that if they don't want this right here, that could help them. Go ahead, Clue. I'm sorry.
I would like to know which house that took place in, the FaceTiming.
Oh, yeah. Was it in the Proudfoot or was it in the well, no, it would have to. Oh, I know what you're saying. Like, was she? Yeah, that is a great one. Was she with Nina or was she at the Proudfoot's house? That's a good point.
Both of them said that he's not allowed online.
Right. That's what leads me to. Well, that's not online, right? That's like a phone call. But
didn't Nina say something in her interview about that?
Nina said something about Seth reaching out to her, or she reached out to Seth. She.
We're talking about them talking.
I know.
Yeah, I could have swore somebody mentioned something after hearing her interview that she mentioned something about that FaceTiming thing. Maybe. Am I wrong? Or was that just somebody saying something? Because I swear that was stated.
He said Seth was FaceTime the 6th year for 2 hours. What?
Well, understand something before anybody goes into judgment on that. Seth is 15. This could have probably happened a year ago, maybe. I don't know. We'll just say he was 14. His mentality is of a 10-year-old. She's 6. There's not much of a mental age difference there. Okay, so I can see. Plus, if they consider themselves to be siblings, kids, their minds don't work like ours do, and they're not mean like that. They don't have those mean thoughts. That's not my sister, that kind of thing when they're young like that. So,
well, if they're not, that's what I was wondering. If they're never around each other, how do they have that sibling relationship?
which I'm sure they have been around each other because Nina herself stated that Faith has spent summers there and spent time there with them. So I'm sure they had to have been around each other at some point,
And I don't remember Nina saying any time in her interview that she was worried about him around her.
That was never brought up.
Seth said last night, I think Pascal, or maybe it was somebody else, that asked him, well, what do they do with Sebastian when Faith is around? He's like, well, they send him to my house so that they can't be around each other.
Right. So I'm wondering if maybe those FaceTime calls were at his house. You know what I mean? You never know.
That's what I was thinking too.
That was my thought too, Draw. I think we actually talked about that, didn't we? Clue about them having attorneys and why their attorneys haven't shut them down or anything like that at one point, because I wondered that myself.
I don't think any of them have an attorney.
I don't think so either.
I would hope to God for sure Seth does not have one, because
if they're not working for him, if that's a fact. Great points today, Draw. Really, really, really good points.
Did they? I don't know enough about the police dogs and scents and all of that, but they keep saying that they didn't catch a scent, but they also keep saying that he took the trash down that same night. Wouldn't there have been a scent? I don't know.
There should be.
Well, and that's, y'all, it's so confusing because I swear on my mama that we heard that policeman, remember, say the dogs tracked him to the end of the driveway, but it stopped there. Like, I swear that came out of that guy's mouth. I watched.
I showed the video too. So,
and that could be the trash, but then maybe not.
There's been so many inconsistent stories that have been stated on these things that's why there's a problem. The audio we listened to 3 times, slowed down, sped up, whatever does that even exist? Okay, because we're told it doesn't, that it was a false hit. But is it?
Oh.
One more thing, guys, that we need to all understand. This is an ongoing investigation, just like with all the other cases we've looked at. Law enforcement will hold way more to their chest than they're going to give to the public if it's if it pertains to the investigation. So there's things that they could be saying and putting out there to shut people up, in a sense, that we don't even know are real. Okay, there's things that they're not telling us that they could have that would completely make this make sense, but they're not going to give it to us because it could impede the investigation. Okay, so it's not that they're lying to us. It's the fact that they don't have to give us anything. It's none of our business. Okay, especially if it pertains to an investigation, because it could make things, if you blurt something out and everybody, like what happens in social media, runs with a scenario, it could ruin something that they're working on right then and there.
Well, that's why I think Seth said what he did when he says Chris and Katie are a lot closer to this investigation than I am. It could be because they aren't talking.
Right, and they stopped talking. If you notice, there's not been one more interview by them. Well, and again, I'm not defending them. They did. They quit talking. Okay.
Well, and I'll say this too, right? I mean, Seth said once upon a time that, and I'm don't quote me on this, but I think I'm right about. He said law enforcement, something to the effect of law enforcement doesn't want him out there searching, and I think he elaborated on it, saying something, talking about if he finds him not being able, it would break his heart to not be able to hug him, right? And I mean, I'm not gonna judge him for what he's doing. I don't know what I would do, right? But I think in terms of evaluating what he's saying with that, I think there's a lot of things that sort of indicate why maybe if law enforcement is not as close with him in it, it may be because he's not following their advice the way the other side could be. I don't know.
Well, that's another thing. Like they said somewhere along the lines, like if they're telling him not to search, I'm sure they told Katie and Chris not to search, and they're abiding by it, and they're doing probably what they're supposed to be doing, which is why we don't see them out there, you guys. And I'm not again defending them by any means, just saying look at it for what it is. You know what I mean?
I mean, that's not a defense. That's a simple look. They were given instructions. Someone's following it. Someone isn't. That's not defending anyone. That's pointing out a fact.
Right. And Victoria is right. You guys, if you were in here for us the other night when we got that whole scanner call that came through the Facebook page, we sat here for an hour waiting to hear something. And all of us were locked into this. More people even came in, and it ended up being about 2 other kids that went missing that were found. That's a good example of what can happen, which is why police don't say anything. You know what I mean? So that's a good point, Victoria. I appreciate that.
So I have a question for Clue and Cletus about the search. So if the public are searching, so for example, imagine a perpetrator locally was involved in the search, and everyone's let out to search. What happens? Do they come back to law enforcement and just say, yeah, I've searched that area, I found nothing, and law enforcement take their word for it?
More
I
likely.
doubt it. I honestly doubt it. I feel like for me personally, I feel like the reason they don't want the public to search is because while you may stumble across something, you also might screw up the crime scene. And then a good defense attorney can say, well, I mean, we don't even know what happened before LE got there. I'll give you an example, and I'm not throwing shade at this creator at all.
I was just going to say that. Yeah.
But
example about the blanket.
Yeah, when you guys found the blanket, same type scenario, you know?
Seth's, well, I guess Sebastian's godmother. So this lady, we were at a search, and they were waiting to get into this building so we could all go in there and look around. But this woman saw JLR live, knew the location. Well, she had seen a blanket in a parking lot at Tractor Supply, and she called the cops. They waited there 45 minutes for the cops to get there. They never showed. So she drove across the street, and Sebastian's godmother was like, we can go get it, right? So they gave us a glove and a trash bag, and we went and picked it up.
Mm-hmm. Right.
That is, if it had anything to do with him, that would technically be like a nightmare situation for the police.
Yeah, and what you were just getting ready to talk about, there was another creator that was out there while Clue was out there searching too, that they came upon some bags of animal stuff. Okay,
and they were touching it with sticks, and
they didn't know.
Like, that's how a crime scene gets ruined. So the police are not wrong to say don't search. The problem, I think, stems with being a parent and not having the faith that it's going to be done.
Right.
But to Nellie's point, could a perpetrator purposely say, oh, well, there's nothing there? Absolutely. And we've also seen when the big search was happening with Ellie, there was a lady who is a felon.
Yep.
That she
purposely
was misguiding the search efforts.
Yes, ma'am. That did happen. I did a whole little thing on that.
I missed that. You see, that's what's been playing on my mind. I think, what if there was this perpetrator who just says, yeah, you can mark that off the map, I've searched it, knowing Sebastian's there.
You remember her name, Clue? I think her last name was Forrest or something, wasn't it?
Heck no, I can't. I know she's a blonde.
I know Doodle has it, but Doodle stepped out. She knew exactly who it was and like threw it at me like, what the hell is this about? And I was like, holy shit. And yeah, see? Who knows how many other people have done that or would do that?
So how can law enforcement, I know they've said between you, I can see both sides. It's brilliant that the public are helping, but have they vetted all the people who are searching? Do they know that area? Do they go back and check the areas that the public have searched? Because then it's just double effort. and a whole waste of time. Do you know what I mean? It's like
Her name, Doodle is here. I'm sorry. Carrie Foster was her name. Thank you, Doodle.
That's it.
Yep. So that's a good question. Honestly, Nellie, because we don't know. I know that they've done a recanvass of the same areas. Okay.
yeah.
So I don't know if that helps with that, but again, these are things that we don't know, and that nobody would know. What's the red dot mean, Kim? Did I miss something? Red
Liquor?
dot. Huh?
Liquor? A red dot store, like a liquor store?
Oh, RSO. Okay.
Oh, Dave, I was just going to say, thank you for having me up here, and thank y'all for listening. I'm going to go back and chat in case anybody else wants to jump up here.
Oh, well, you don't have, okay. I appreciate you. Well, I got plenty of room, but thank you very much. I appreciate your input and your insight, and you're always welcome up here. Okay.
Thank you. I got to go clean.
Hi, Jody.
Yes, ma'am.
Bye.
Thank you so much, Jody. Yeah, no, that's a whole other thing that has already, like, Clue looked at that stuff immediately as far as the RSOs in that area, and Molly jumped into that looking too, through a couple more out. There's like 3 of them that were out in that area, which is that's kind of where my mind has gone for a while.
Well, I know they have been looked at.
I'm sure they have. Yeah, I would hope. If so, then, or if not, then they're definitely not doing their job with that, because that's a big question in my mind. But where were we? I completely lost my whole train of thought.
That's for me. Most the middle observation. Chris is a rich Seth. I don't know what the focus on money in this case is. It's killing me. Like,
yeah, the money thing shouldn't be an issue at all, but I don't know. Let me see if there's anything back here that I missed.
with more self-control, I'll say that. If you're going to compare the two, maybe they are both disciplinarians, but I will say one of them, in my opinion, has a lot more self-control because they are not on this internet just because, I mean, everyone, like Cleta said earlier, everybody has got skeletons in their closet. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right.
But you only see one side out here trying to rattle the bones, if you will.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, especially recently. Oh yeah, absolutely, Kim. Absolutely.
I was just going to say, being an ex-wife of someone with a child, I'm lucky that we're good friends. But there were times when we weren't always good friends, and there's been this battle and that battle, but we're good friends now. And I think if you are bitter and angry, and I just my opinion, I think Seth is angry because of what he said about, well, she divorced me, therefore she doesn't get, I can't remember his exact words. And I just think everybody in that situation is going to put their side of the story out. And I think whether I'm right or wrong, I think I have to sit on the fence like you are, Dago, like we all are. I think we know what the true crime community is like and how they can immediately believe what someone says without understanding there's one side of the story. And if I were Chris and Katie, I'd want to get the hell out of there. I would. I'd be like, I'm getting away from this. And especially now Seth is really going for it. I just think it's maybe none of them, blaming each other at this point has got it's not going to help find Sebastian unless
not at all.
Unless Katie said, you know what, we had a huge row before he went to bed and I think he's run away. And if she was innocent, she'd say that, I wonder whether Sebastian You know, the shoes, the footwear, you know, and she said, I think they by the front door and they could account for them. What if there was a pair of sliders or flip-flops or something, and he packed a bag a month ago and he planned to run? You know, what if this thud she heard was him just about shutting the window behind him or pushing it up, and he was getting ready to run from there? I don't know. It's just such a mystery that there's nothing, there's no clues. There's, you know, are they 100% sure he's got every piece of foot? What if there's a pair of Wellington boots, welly boots that they forgot about? And I also found it a bit odd that they knew he'd taken this little flashlight. I wouldn't even know if my son took a flashlight. I did find that a bit odd.
Well, I think it was because it was connected to a keychain, and they knew that maybe that was why, because it was gone.
Why did he have a keychain if he didn't have a key, though? That's what I never understood.
Well, good point.
I don't know.
They said it was just one of those promotional things, like a giveaway, like at a festival or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you know, I had to beg to wonder. I don't know what like the garbage scenario is. This is just a thing I've been thinking about for a while. Seth said that the last time he had him, he bought him boots, right?
Yes.
Okay. And he took the garbage out that night as well. It makes me wonder if, and he also stated that him or Chris both said, or maybe one of them, but that the old boots were thrown away or old shoes were thrown away. If I know one thing that I gotta say, I've been thinking about this for a while. I've just kind of been quiet about it because there's so much other stuff being talked about. But my son, and again, they're different but the same in ways. My son don't like to throw any of his away. If we go in his room to get rid of old clothes that don't fit him, he tries to keep things that are this big now, and you know what I mean. So, is it possible that he pulled maybe a pair of shoes out of the garbage?
Yeah.
Anything possible.
Yeah.
It's just a thought, you guys, that I've had for a while, that it's very, if they were still in that can, you know, if they don't go through a lot of garbage and they, you know, depending on what it is, I don't know. Just a thought. I'm not saying it's fact, just a thought. But could he have pulled those out of the garbage, kept them, put them to the side, did something, you know, that Katie didn't see because she was, you know, doing what, not expecting that, okay? And bing, bang, boom, throws the shoes on and off he goes. Just saying, you know.
Well, he could have packed a little bag, you know, and hidden it for a while.
That's what I'm saying. Like anything, those are things that, like I said, you think outside the box with sometimes. That is a possibility because you just don't know.
You know, remember she said that he does get up in the middle of the night sometimes and goes down and gets snacks
all the time. And Seth even said that he had trouble with him sleeping there. So just saying, guys, just saying.
No, 15. He's not a baby. I mean, I think that his mom thinks of him like that because that's how moms think of our kids, right?
And it only came to my attention because we just recently went through this with him, where he has specific t-shirts that he loves. Caden will try to wear the same t-shirts or the same hoodies every day of the week if you let him. I have to remind him, you wore those, they need washed. You're gonna stink. The girls aren't gonna like you, blah blah blah, that kind of thing. You know what I mean? So, and it works. That's the only thing that works, especially now at his age. Like, girls aren't gonna like me, you know, that kind of stuff. But anyway, I've had him in the past actually go pull things out of the garbage and then try to hide it from us because he knows. I found shit in the garbage, or that is in the garage, that he pulled out of the garbage because he takes the garbage out too. And I'll go out there a week later and I'm like, what the hell? And I go to him. He's like, well, I need to keep it. Why?
Yeah,
I love it. So I'm saying, guys, it's something that I had to think of was like a very good possibility. That's all.
Yeah. I think a lot of kids have an emotional attachment to certain things. I did as a kid, you know, it's like, even now I have trouble throwing things away because that meant that, or this meant that. And especially gifts and clothes. Yeah.
And the thing is especially with the autism, with Caden's issues, it's a security thing for him because it gives him comfort. It's a regularity. It's
Yeah.
something that he knows and is comfortable in and with, and therefore that's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? So that's something I had to think that maybe that did happen. That I know it's a small thing, and it still doesn't tell us where he's at, but it would possibly answer that one question if it was something that could have happened. So
I'm going to get down. Thank you. And I'll let somebody else get up.
okay, Gary, did you have any other questions or anything you wanted to make comments or anything?
No, I think that we're handling it right. It needs to stay what's relevant and what's needed to know right now. And
absolutely, yes. Thank you.
Too much
very much
wasted on stuff that doesn't help, and there's too many cases out there of kids that aren't even getting this coverage.
Right, that's right.
Yeah.
Amen to that one. Thank you very much.
All right.
You know, the other thing that puzzles me is that if he was running, he's leaving his dogs. That's quite a big thing for a kid, I think.
Absolutely, I agree with that. The dogs,
Unless he thought he was not going to be gone very long, right? Like if you just left to meet someone and this person, wound up just taking you.
Yep. Very good. Very good point. Very good point. And that's kind of like I said, that's what made the whole barefoot thing make sense to me because if it was just going to be a quick thing that he thought, and then out the door you go. You know what I mean? So yeah. that made sense to me 100%.
Well, that would make me think he didn't run away because I don't think any kid wants to leave their dogs behind.
Right. Good point. Very good point. Thank you, Kim, very much.
Well, and Diego, you were last night early this morning while we were on the phone, you were telling us about that 17-year-old in Alaska who autistic, ran away barefoot. And
same scenario. Yep.
Yeah, the call came in from the mom 1 minute before the call came in from Chris and Katie. 6:19 in Alaska, 6:20 in Tennessee.
Right.
And it's like we never know. Like I really feel like the cops themselves believe that he ran off and they have just no idea because the wording is very weird. We have no idea where he went.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
You're taking off, Draw. Once again, thank you so very much, Doc. We appreciate you and your input always. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, and thank you for joining us today. Yeah, that's a good point too. Like I said, that was what we we're going to talk about today too. You guys was there was a 17-year-old child that went missing in Alaska. Almost the same scenario, just a couple years age difference. And it's in a completely different area. And thank God they found him and he was okay. And I was just like, wow, that is so weird. When I was describing it to her, no shoes and the blah, 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 same scenario. I was like, good God, what is going on? And he's autistic as well, but they found him. So that's amazing to me. I'm glad and grateful that ended that way for sure. So, but yeah, it's weird. It's just weird. So, and it makes you wonder, like what I think that's what he was getting at was something, and I feel that this is what it is, guys. Something triggered a situation, and that kid probably too took off because he was triggered for some reason. Thank God they got on top of it quick enough to be able to figure out what was going on and brought him back home. But this scenario was a little bit different, and here we are still. But I do feel there was a trigger of some sort, and or he maybe conversated with somebody or some buddies and had somebody say, hey, yeah, I'm going to come help you or come meet me for this or that. And then off they took him, you know?
I got to find this interview because one thing that just baffles me is the upgrade to an Amber Alert, which is there's a lot of criteria and a lot of the Amber Alerts have to do with someone being abducted. And I get that Ken Widener came out and said it's because of the drop in temperature, right?
Yeah.
However, another policeman, I want to say maybe earlier, had said that they did that due to some more information they had learned along the way with the investigation. So, which is it? It's because you learned something that makes you think he was taken, or like, why would you say something to do with your investigation when it was just weather? You know what I mean?
Yeah, right. Interesting. Very interesting. Very, very. So, again, guys, the point that I'm making here today, and at this point, if the interviews are going to continue and they're going to be like this, that's a great question, Michelle. Where is Caleb? If the interviews are going to continue and continuously keep going like this and getting worse, I may just not show them anymore because it's not doing any good. It's not changing anything. We still do not know what happened to and where Sebastian is. So all these interviews are doing is just tearing people apart and making it harder to find this child because everybody is focused on this. Like I said, from here on out, honestly, at this point, if they're going to continue to be like this, and they're not going to offer new information, and they're just going to be trashing sessions because that's what that was, in my opinion. That's what they all have been. Then I'm just not going to show them anymore because there's no point in it. It's a waste of air, and you guys aren't getting anything out of it. None. Now, if there's points in it, maybe I'll pull good points out of it and talk about those. But still, it just doesn't seem to be worth it anymore, you guys. It really doesn't.
I'm with April.
I'm just thinking, like
that's another point too. Go ahead, Nellie. I'm sorry. Good point.
No, I was just going to say, Occam's razor. We've always got to think about that in these cases. What would Occam's razor be here? I think for me is that he got in a vehicle somehow. Because there's absolutely no trace of him. I think a vehicle has to be involved.
That's what I said in the beginning. Yeah.
I'm trying not to think of motive. I'm trying to think of what we know and how little we know and how little trace there is of him. And then I just think vehicle I think then he must have been taken somehow. Do you know what I mean? I'd be interested to know what anyone else thinks about the most plausible explanation is, because it's really hard in this case.
Say that one again, Nellie. I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying, I just would be interested to know what other people think is the Occam's razor in this case, the most plausible explanation. It's really hard in this case.
It very much is. I agree, because it's not. There's nothing about this that's that simple. You know what I mean? I really do stick to something triggered him and out the door he went and somebody grabbed him. That's the only thing that my mind will process as being a plausible thing at this point, based on our information. Now, in the beginning, I could have. Well, I still kind of have that feeling though that there was a vehicle involved. That somebody, for some reason, somehow, even though we were told there's no access to social media, this, that, or anything else, he does have a phone. But I would imagine that his phone was taken by law enforcement. I know it was gone through, and they would have seen that and maybe spoken about it or not. Okay, that he met up with somebody, then took off with him, and that was it. So
I want to say this. I've seen Norma mention this twice about Nina saying that they were about to have court for custody or whatever. All I can say is this. I would think the worst scenario in the world you would want to have happen to you before a custody case would be a child go missing from under your roof. Because I know some people have said things like trade one kid for another. That is, for me, I don't think I would do something like that in hopes that I'm going to get custody, because you automatically look like something is amiss here. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Chronicles of the Shady. I appreciate that very much. I try. Yeah, no, that makes sense, Cleo. It really does. And I'd like to have some kind of clear verification of that opinionated with this Uber thing, because I can't find anything anywhere at all. I've looked all over the place. I cannot find anything that can prove that anywhere.
Well,
Yeah,
TBI says
absolutely.
all the cars in the neighborhood or all the cars seen on surveillance have been accounted for.
Well,
Whatever. I don't.
that then there it is, and we got to go with what they're saying. You know what I mean? Thank you, Wanda Life. They always appreciate you in your chat when I pop in. We always appreciate you as well, and thank you again for the super chat, Wanda. God bless. Very much appreciated.
Okay, I'm gonna hop down. Thank you so much for having me.
Always. Thank you.
Great to see you guys. Thank you for
You too. I'm glad to
having me on the channel. Take
I
care.
know. Don't be a stranger.
No, I'll try not to be. Thank you.
Take care, Nelly.
Oh, it's just me and you.
Yeah, shut up. Thank you very much, Chronicles. I appreciate you. So yeah, guys, at this point, like I said, we really got to focus on and keep our eye on the prize, guys, and that's finding Sebastian. We have to ignore this stuff. That's the only thing I can tell you is the best way to do it.
So, Dago.
Yes, ma'am.
I should save this for my own audience, okay, for my own channel, but I'm going to give it to you. Okay?
Thank you so much.
I was about to say that's where you say thank you. No one caught it.
Okay.
No one so far that I've seen watch this interview has caught it.
Okay.
What 7 or 8-year-old and 13-year-old attend the same school? I'm just going to let that marinate.
Well, I did catch that, but I didn't. Here's what I did with that. A 7 or 8-year-old would be in 2nd or 3rd grade, and a 13-year-old would be in the 7th or 8th grade. 8th grade. Thank you, Caden. So yeah, middle school. They would be in the same school building, at least around here, but not in the same school setting, unless they're both in that special class. That's the only other option I could think of. Okay, that's why I didn't say much about it at first, because that class, the way it was explained to me, that program brings all children together of different grades and ages in that one classroom, just like what his class does. Do you know what I'm saying? My class, not my class, my son's school has K through 12. They're all separated into different parts of the building to keep them separate, of course. But his classroom that he goes to once a day, there are, I think it starts at 1st or 2nd grade, not first. For 2nd grade through 11th grade that come into this room, and they get special attention from separate teachers. Okay. Now, if that's the same program he's in, that would make sense then. If not, and that other kid is not in that program, then there is no way that makes any sense at all. They wouldn't even be in the same bathroom because their bathrooms are in different buildings, different parts of the building, I should say. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
So
I don't know because see, around here they do elementary, middle, high school.
Oh yeah, we do too, but they're in the same school building, just separate parts of the building.
Wait, y'all have one building for K through 12, right?
Say that again.
You said you have one building for K through 12?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, lower, places with lower population.
All of our new schools and the county that we're in right here, actually 2 counties, are K through 12 now. They tore down the old schools and built these new schools, and that's what it is now, K-12. And they're in different, like, literally broken down to separate parts of the building. They're not allowed to go to the other buildings, the other sides of the building, unless they're taken there. You know what I mean? And we do have a very small population here too. We actually had another school that they had to shut down because we didn't have enough kids to go to it anymore.
I can't imagine doing that.
It
If I had
used
to
to
go to
be.
school for in the same building for like my entire you know what I mean? But it's
Oh
just
no.
I've never done it. Like
Well,
I've
and
always had to go to
it
different schools, like totally like across the city. You know what I
yeah,
mean?
yeah, yeah. That's how it used to be. Like for us, we had the old ass buildings that were like in the movie Christmas Story. That's what my elementary school looked like. Old ass brick building. They've torn all of those down, every one of them. They're gone. And then around every area around here, they have built these huge schools, and they put everybody in at K-12 now. So, and like I said, they're in separate parts of the building, and they're separated. And of course, we did have till they took our police away. But I think we have. Don't you guys have a police officer now?
Yeah, we have a police officer, and
Okay, so yeah, there's one officer, and he patrols different parts of the building, so on and so forth. But yeah, it didn't used to be that way because I went to elementary school about separate, and then I had a completely separate middle school for 7th and 8th grade, and then my high school was on. We had 2 high schools actually for different sides of town. So we had like 6 elementary or 7 elementary schools, 3 middle schools, and 2 high schools, and then they tore all that down and built one giant school. So. Except for, I'm sorry, I'm lying to you. Kindergarten. Kindergarten was in a separate building for whatever reason for a while, and then they finally added that back in. So
This is crazy. Just so you know, Dago, you can pull up the footage of this rally.
I was looking for it while we were talking earlier, and I couldn't find it. What is it under?
It's on JLR now. He's on.
Surprise.
It's just a video.
Is it on? Oh yeah, there it is. Cops called.
I don't know why. It's like there's 4 people.
Hold on a minute. I just saw it. Where the hell did it go? Come on now. There it is. 10 minutes ago, right? Really? That's not a rally. That's 4 people standing with signs.
I wish I knew who this dude was holding the sign. Like, does he know him?
Right. Hold on, guys. I'll show you here real quick.
Yeah, it is. Oh, definitely it is. No, you want to pull over and talk? I'll talk to you right up here. Hey, you want to get this interview?
This is insanely ridiculous, you guys. Look at his shirt. Repent or perish. They're going at. I can't even understand this.
Not everybody's done that very well.
I knew we would have a couple naysayers. I already had somebody flip me the middle finger a little while ago for holding this sign. And why somebody would do that, I don't know.
That would only be a professional. Yeah. Well, I guess
We operate on this.
You know how many flyers could have bought for the price of that sign?
What'd you say?
You know how many flyers he could have bought for the price of that sign?
Mm-hmm. What is this doing? This is not doing anything at all. Okay. This is completely this is ridiculous. I'm so sorry. Unbelievable. I'd like to know who organized this. Completely unnecessary. I agree.
And again, I'm sorry, but I know people are all, oh, you're a Proudfoot lover.
No.
The person who looks the most guilty in all of this would be Katie. Like, I mean,
She's the last one that was with him. Yeah.
And she was home with him. You know what I mean?
Right. If you're going to look at it from that point of view, right.
Right. And all three parents have consistently said, Chris was in Memphis. If he was not in Memphis, don't we think the police would know that by now?
The police have said they don't see anything regarding foul play, including any of the parents. They've said it themselves out of their own mouths.
So it baffles me that there is, I say it all the time too. Y'all know you hear me say this. People never look at women as suspect for some reason. Why is this even a situation where you guys are so angry at this Chris person?
Right.
When he was not even home with Sebastian.
And they have had to prove that, you guys. They've had to prove that, okay? Law enforcement had to prove that. Period. I'm just saying they had to go figure that out and prove it. This is ridiculous right here. This makes no sense to me. I've never seen anything like this.
I would have more respect for this dude if your sign said Chris and Katie. You know what I mean?
Well, no. At the end of the day, why doesn't the sign say
Find Sebastian?
Find Sebastian. Thank you. That's what the sign should say. It's find Sebastian.
I'm just talking about in terms of targeting someone, right? If you want to find a guilty party, if you think that's the guilty party, it just doesn't make sense. So, like all night at home, alone, the two of them, but that's not who we're looking at.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Thank you, Doodle. That's all anybody should be doing that wants to help, not this. This is ridiculous. It says, repent or perish is what it says, Tracy. Or, sorry, who asked me that? Somebody just, this chat's rolling too fast. I'm sorry. What does it say? It already has turned into a witch hunt, sadly. B said it. It says repent or perish.
Yeah.
I mean, what the hell?
But its sign says repent, Chris.
Yeah, it says it targets Chris like wholeheartedly. This is just insane. This is almost worse than what Quentin Simon scenario was like.
It just hadn't got there yet, but it's coming.
I feel bad for anybody that goes standing and screaming in front of somebody's house down in Tennessee. That's all I gotta say.
I know one thing. I can promise you this much. These people out here, they got no common sense. Y'all sit there and talk about how much money they got. You better hope that he is guilty so he don't come off and sue.
He's going to.
Public defamation right there.
Oh, yeah. And a threat.
Right.
It's basically a threat on somebody's life if you read it the right way. Either you repent or perish. That means...
And then they wonder why. And I'm sorry, but then you wonder why these people are all... They're not even going to the vigil? Oh, really?
I wouldn't go either.
Let me go out there and see what fun I bring about. Like
I do understand that part because, and they said it right out of their mouth. With everything going on and how the threats they've received and so on and so forth, they don't want to go deal with it. In a sense, I don't blame them. I'm sorry.
I wouldn't even want to be at my house.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't care if you people thought I was on vacation.
Yeah, people are crazy, you know. Molotov cocktails through the front window, things like that. I've seen people do crazy shit, folks. 400,000 kids every year go missing by family. Very good. That's a good stat. Very good point, Middle. This was a black preacher that was going to hold a rally asking why law enforcement wasn't doing enough. It doesn't look like that to me. At all. They brought in themselves. There's a lot of these groups that do this. Just like when Black Lives Matter was going on, there were these shadow groups that were coming out of nowhere to come in just to start shit. That was the whole goal. And then they would leave. They'd come in, start their shit, and then they would disappear. That's the stuff that doesn't need to happen. This is ridiculous. This does not help Sebastian. This does not help do anything except cause more chaos. It just pisses me off. Hold on.
It does me too.
So I'm sorry. What'd you say, hon?
It does me too, just for the simple fact that people really do act like in this case there is no such thing as a runaway. And then there's no such thing as like trafficking.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like those aren't even viable options.
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely. Let's see if it changes up here.
Let me ask you first, since you brought it up. What's this doing? What is it not doing? Nobody's been proven guilty. That's true. Okay. Why do we have to repent? Is that it? Why do we have to repent Chris Brown? Let me ask you, why do you think it's not helping find Sebastian first? Do you have boots on the ground? I have. You have one. So is this not? Okay.
What's he saying?
I'm waiting on your reason. Why do you think it's not helping? What does this do? How many days is it? 40 something around there. Right. Law enforcement has scoured the entire area, right? Correct. So we're going on past 840 now. Let me get up here so I can be high level. Okay. I'm not going to say that. Okay, that's fair enough. So the reason we're asking Chris Proudfoot to repent is because he has lied on camera multiple times during multiple interviews. Yes or no? Have you been following the case? I have been following the case. Okay. So you don't have a comment on that? No, sir. Okay. So you think he's innocent? You think he's guilty? You think there's foul play? You think he just wandered off? I'm just asking your opinion, man. It's not my expertise to share. Okay. So what do you mean by expertise? I'm not law enforcement. You have to be law enforcement to form a conclusion that somebody's not telling the truth? Yes. Well, there we go. So we have watched Mr. Proudfoot incessantly lie, change his story multiple times. Okay? Now I'm coming from, let me just tell you where I'm coming from. They still want to stand up. You don't have to do that. I do this all the time. I've been doing this for 5 years. I don't feel that. Okay, so I'm coming at this from a 100% biblical perspective, right? Are you Christian? Yes. Believe in the Bible? Yes, sir. What does the Bible say about people who lie? I just want to know what this is doing. Well, let's stay on target, man. I'm trying to explain it to you, but you keep redirecting the conversation. So let me ask you again. What does the Bible say about people who lie? I'm getting to a point here. I'm not here to talk about the Bible. I'm talking about finding out what you're doing. I'm trying to answer that. I'm not here to argue with the Bible because of what the Bible says. I'm a Christian. I'm a man of God. I go out and I preach the word of God. So we're out here. But you're asking me why I'm doing this and why this is helping find Sebastian. I'm trying to tell you why. Why are you wanting to repent this stuff? Okay, again, I'm going to go back to my question. You said you're a Christian. I don't want to answer questions about the Bible. Proudfoot has lied. Okay. And the Bible, I'll tell you what the Bible says. In Revelation chapter 21, verse 8, it says that all liars will find a place in the lake of fire, okay? Which is the second death. Which, as a Christian, that is hell. Okay, and that's what Jesus taught me about the earth. Now, Chris Proudfoot reports that he's a Christian, but he's lied multiple times. I mean, everybody, it does not take an expert in law enforcement to see that somebody's not telling the truth when you change your story multiple times. So we're out here to call Chris Proudfoot to repentance because it's been over 40 days. Are you expecting Chris Proudfoot to come out here? Let me finish my statement, okay, and then you can ask your next question. Sebastian has been missing for over 40 days, right? We agree on that? Yes. Law enforcement experts have scoured the entire area. Volunteers like myself, I've been out hiking, looking. He's been out hiking, looking. Everybody's been out searching. Law enforcement did a massive search just the other day. Nothing. He's vanished without a trace. Correct. Now, statistically speaking, when cases like this unfold like this, it's usually somebody that knows the victim, somebody very close to the victim. And the last person that saw Sebastian alive, supposedly, was Chris Proudfoot. Doesn't know. What? So, I would speculate that they would have the answers because there has not been a trace of anything. So we're out here tackling this from a different angle, okay? So the different angle is, just like law enforcement said, you can't leave any stone unturned. And even Chris Proudfoot himself said, everything is on the table. Nothing can be ruled out. And that was with direct questions from Nancy Grace and other interviewers that directly asked him, Mr. Proudfoot, you know what happened to Sebastian? Are you guilty? Did you do something? And each time he answered, I can tell you we've not been ruled as suspects, but nothing is left off the table, okay? So, to help find Sebastian, to answer your question, it's not an easy yes or no answer. It's not something I just give you simply, man. You have to attack all angles, man. You have to look at all people. If we just close the door on the possibility of the Proudfoots knowing something, and that's where Sebastian is hiding behind that door, the answers to Sebastian's going missing, then we're never going to know. So if you just say, oh, well, there's no evidence, so we should just shut that door and not even look there, not even call attention to it, I mean, you're doing Sebastian an injustice. I'm not doing Sebastian an injustice. Yeah. Well, that's my answer, bud. God bless you, man.
This has nothing to do with the damn Bible. Excuse me for saying it like that, but that pisses me off.
This
These
is the
people are
craziest
using
stuff I have ever seen in my I cannot believe this is happening.
it's
there on the
insane.
street.
Insane. This guy is this pisses me off to no end.
If this case becomes the trigger that creates riots in the street across the country because it's an election year, I'm moving to
I
Mexico.
know that's right.
I'm telling you, this is the wildest thing I've ever seen.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable because he lied. They're saying he lied. Granted, his story was different, this and that. This has nothing to do with the Bible right now. These people are using this for God's sakes. I just I can't
Who
believe
is
it
this guy?
anymore.
Do we know who this guy is?
I was gonna ask you, do you recognize him?
Hell no, I don't hang around crazy. I don't know that boy. Nope.
Unbelievable. Hey Vix, this is it. This is insane, you guys. This is enough right here. Too much. Too much. These people should be completely ashamed of themselves. 100%.
I mean, he had a damn hoodie made.
Jesus saves from hell.
I'm so sorry.
Repent or perish. I mean, come on. Enough. Is there anything? Oh, is there another interview?
So this young man didn't like that. He came up here and he talked. I asked him to come up here and talk to me. He came up and talked to me. He walked down the hill, stood over me, and he was kind of shaking and violently trembling like this. I felt a little uncomfortable by that, so I kind of moved up the hill where JR is, and I said, "Let me get eye level with you, man. We don't have to be confrontational, this and that." Well, I didn't see it, but apparently our other group here saw it. He had his hand on his firearm on the grip, and he was. I don't know if he was doing it to intimidate me into silence or what. And but yeah, that's the case. One of them called the police, and now they're out searching for the suspect. So,
oh wow, they're searching for him.
So now the police want to talk to me, so I'm going to go up here and talk to these gentlemen.
All right. Go on.
I tried to tell y'all. Didn't we tell him? We tried to tell him.
Oh yeah. Well, we're out here just bringing awareness to Sebastian's.
Okay.
But you see how he dumbed that down for the police? We're out here bringing awareness to Sebastian Rogers. No, you're not.
Sebastian Rogers' name is not on anything this man has presented.
No, this is not awareness. 100%, Cletus. No, what you're doing is you're drawing hate towards other people is what you're doing.
And I'm sorry, but in Tennessee, it's a constitutional carry state. If a guy is walking around and his hand is on the grip of his pistol and he's not pointing at you, it's not a threatening motion. If you're a snowflake and you're getting threatened by that, then maybe Tennessee isn't the state for you.
Well, it ain't even that you got to be a snowflake. It's that this guy was. It sounds to me like this guy was looking for anything he could do to cause a problem. Okay, just saying.
And this is why I did not want to go to this.
Right, we're the same in Ohio. Like people walk around all day carrying whatever, hand on it, hand off of it, so on and so forth. This 100% is defamation of character because you don't. And it's actually, if you read that sign the right way, that's a threat. You're saying
that's as much of a threat as a guy standing there with his hand on a firearm that he's
it's more of a threat, Cletus, because it says right on the sign, perish.
It's more of a direct threat for sure. I would agree.
Yeah, either you repent or you're gonna perish. That's a threat to me. I'm sorry. We have room in Mexico for all you meatballs and Dago Familia. That sounds good, Annie. We're on our way. These people are bored in their life. Attention seeker, all of this. Grow up, bro. Go do something. Go get a real sign. Go look for Sebastian.
I really just want to know who he is. I want to know if he lived. Because I got no lie to tell.
Yeah.
There's a part of me sitting here going, do you know the Proud Feets?
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, do you know something? Like, I want to know who he is. Is he I'm guessing he's probably a YouTuber, considering he got his little gimbal and phone out.
Yeah, but he ain't. What? This is trash to me. I'm sorry, you guys. And I don't typically, if he is a YouTuber, another creator, I'm not even going to apologize because this is trashy to me. I'm sorry. I don't respect anybody that does something like this unless this is. Even then, if this was something completely different, okay, if they would have done something like this for
wait, he lives near Seth.
Oh, he does?
How y'all know that?
He said he lives near Seth? Norma. And here he said that? I didn't hear it. If this guy would have done something like this for like Stephen Stearns, that would have made more sense. This don't make no damn sense. I'm sorry. Crazy. Crazy. This serves zero purpose. Agreed, Paulie. All this is doing is promoting trouble and drama.
I can't. I'm sorry, Dago. I can't help but just say it is ironic, if that is true, that he said he lives near Seth. That's all I'm going to say. I'm going to leave it right there.
Well, if he's a neighbor and he's a friend and he's trying to support him, I hope Seth would look at this and go, no, man, that's not what I'm trying to do.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's how that should be. That's exactly, if I was Seth, I would have went down there my damn self and said, what are you doing? This is not finding my son. You need to put your little sign in your little car, take your dumb little green ass hat, get back in your car and go home. Because this is not what we're doing. You're distracting people from finding my son. Nobody cares about this right now. That's what that should be said. Okay? Damn. If he's a preacher, he should be ashamed of himself. Damn. People like this piss me off to no end. Yeah, agreed, Tanya. Way too much drama. And once again, Cletus, I got to say, you called this 3.5 weeks ago.
I swear I'm about to create a channel with
Ringling Brothers.
With
Here we
crystal
go.
ball and my cards. I'm about to do it.
Right. The Ringling Brothers is in town.
Well, this guy's a preacher.
I don't know if he's the one, but
Okay.
somebody said that one of the whoever organized it is, and whoever that is should be ashamed of himself for allowing this to happen.
Well, maybe me and him need to have a conversation.
What
about
for?
The good book.
About the good book.
To even bring up the Bible with this is disgusting to me. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying, ain't there something in the Bible about judging?
Yes, there is. Don't even get me started on that. We're not going to go into a religious talk, but damn, I'm ashamed of
No, but
people.
I'm just saying, like, if you want to come out talking about the Bible, bro.
That's what should have been thrown right back at him. Seriously, if I would have done it. Seriously.
See, that's why I can't be at places like this, because I bring too much reason for people.
Yeah, and that's another point too. Too many fake preachers. And I'm not calling this guy fake because I don't know him, but sure as hell looks like it. Wow. What a damn mess.
This is crazy.
It is. I feel bad for you too because you live there.
Is he a preacher from that church that protests at like fallen soldiers' funerals and things like that? You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, yeah.
That's true, Tina. The guy that, and he said that clear, the guy that had the gun was only asking how this is helping to find Sebastian. And I'm going to tell you right now, I've carried on my hip, as do a lot of people that I know. Okay. And when I'm standing in a position, standing still, talking, leaning on, my hand will sit on the stock of my gun.
The stock,
like
yeah.
that. That's how I stand sometimes. I'm telling you, it's a fact. I sit with my palm flat on there with my hand out like this, not with my hand on the trigger. And don't tell me that that's what this guy did. He was probably standing there leaning on his hip. Same thing.
Look at the cop right now. You've paused. Look at the cop. Where's his hand?
Right.
That's what I'm saying. This is what people mostly do that carry like this.
That's what Dago, I'm going to say this, and I want everybody in here to hear it. I told y'all when this case started, don't come to Tennessee and start no stuff. Because you are not meant for these parts. I promise.
Katie says Westboro Baptist. I don't know nothing about the churches.
Yeah.
Is that the one?
That's the one I was referring to. I don't know if that's where he's from.
Is it Southern Baptist?
What?
No, the Westboro is the one he's talking about where they protest that
fallen soldiers' funerals and things like that.
But is the religion from the church itself? Is it based on Southern Baptist religion?
No.
I have no idea.
Okay. I was just curious. I don't know. Well, guys, at least we all know how shameful this is. Okay. I see everybody pretty much in here saying the same damn thing. And it's disgusting.
I kind of wish I was there because I would like to have a conversation with that gnome right there on that screen.
The gnome.
I really would. I would like to ask him what exactly is it that you want him to repent for? Like,
Yeah, right. Like I said, guys, here's the thing, folks. Even if Chris let me put this out there real quick. Even if Chris Proudfoot had something to do with this situation, what the hell are you doing? What are you proving? Once again, we're looking for a missing child, not Chris Proudfoot and what he's done wrong in his life. That's a whole other scenario, folks.
I can tell you what he's doing. If Chris had done something, he's tainting a jury pool.
100%. Yes, yes, sir. 100%. Idiots. Complete and total idiocracy. And I would tell this gnome to his face. Idiot. Go home, grow up, put your big boy pants on, and go look for the child if you want to help. If not, shut the fuck up and stay home. Excuse my language. God damn, it pisses me off. Damn, this pisses me off. Especially throwing the Bible in the middle of this shit. Give me a fucking break. Again, I'm sorry. Oof.
Woosah.
I thought the same thing. Not a drama queen.
I'm not watching any more of this. I'm sorry.
Not a drama queen. I thought the same thing. His hoodie says Jesus saves from hell. Like what?
That's what it says.
What does that mean? Like what do you?
Basically, he's stating that you're going to go to hell and Jesus can save you because you're going to hell.
If he repents for telling a lie?
No.
Yeah, that's what they're demanding. It's none of your damn business. I'm so sorry, you guys. My apologies. My apologies. I need to repent. You're right. I need to repent now. I'm so sorry. I can't.
We're gonna send the gnome to your yard now.
I can't deal with this kind of shit, you guys. I can't deal with dumb people and ignorance like this. This is just garbage.
I'm about to make a sign like that one, and I'm gonna put your face on it, and it's gonna say "Repent, Joe."
It is what it is. I'll repent. I deserve to, but I'll tell you right now, I'll repent right in this piece of shit space too.
I wish I could. I swear, I'm so tempted to go to the Dollar General and buy me a poster board and a big fat Sharpie marker and write "Hypocrites go to hell too." You know.
Thank you very much. I will stream that for hours. Go do it right now. Hours, and walk right behind this piece of shit.
And this right here is why I say I'm ready to run away.
I don't blame you,
because it's craziness. This is about a missing child, and it's turned into this. And here's the thing: if you watch the progression of it, it's really escalated pretty significantly over the past 2 weeks. And I'm sitting here like, I don't know how far it's going to go, and it needs to stop where it's at right now.
That's what makes me so mad. This child still, God knows is where, and all people give a shit about is this bullshit and what's going on between these two parents. Grow the fuck up, everybody. What about Sebastian?
Well, and that's why when people are like, they get on me about being the proud feet corner, I'm like, no, but the corner I am in and the corner I do have a problem with right now is the other side, who is not making this about Sebastian. If you read between the lines, he is not making this about Sebastian. He is about making this about people hating on Chris and Katie.
I agree. I do agree.
Which is taking the attention off of what you claim so badly you want to find.
I'm so sick of this. I am so mad right now.
Well, Tina, that's something that I've done myself, is looked at that same wording, what you just said, put their egos aside. Seth came out and said that on an interview because he was pissed at JLR, I think, and the Cajun Navy thing and how that went down. And he said, put your egos aside and let's look for my son. But then when Chris Proudfoot calls you and asks you to do an interview, a TV interview with him and Katie, so you look like a united front, you say no.
Well, he said what he
it's
said.
Too late.
What he said in that interview is, I told him I'd think about it.
But
But
he
then he
said,
said it's a little too late for that now or something.
right,
Like that. Yeah.
put your ego to the side. Isn't that what you were telling everyone else?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry, everybody. I really am sorry. Nobody deserves that.
It's just an emotional situation, right? And I think that everybody, and I'll say this, I think including creators that want to do interviews with the families, have got to keep in mind that it's an emotional situation. Imagine how emotional it is if your kid went missing. And some of the things that are said, should be expected, but with the finger on the mouse button ready to, mute. Because there's things that, I feel like as a creator, you could probably look at and try to take some responsibility of the situation and some control of the situation. And if you're gonna interview somebody, maybe try to just cushion it a little bit, right, and protect the situation a little bit. And I'm not seeing that in this situation, because I do understand Seth's frustration. I could not imagine, but I think it's one of those things where a lot of people are trying to just get the opportunity. How many times have we seen the word exclusive? How many times have we seen the word breaking? But at the end of the day, there's nothing breaking and there is nothing exclusive. Everybody's taking a piece from this guy and spreading his anger, his frustration, when the frustration should be with the fact that we have not found Sebastian yet.
Diego, if you're talking, you're muted.
Okay, let's try that again. I can't believe I got that mad, and again, I'm sorry, but things like this, I don't deal well with this at all. This stupid shit here. There's no reason for this. This is doing nothing. It's wasting law enforcement's time. It's wasting our time watching this. Unbelievable. Again, my apologies for my language and my little outburst. I don't get it. I don't get it anymore. I don't understand how these things can. I just don't get it. Something needs to change. People need to pull their heads out of their asses and see what they're doing. Look in the mirror. Is this really what you want to do with your life? Is this really, you think this is really going to make a difference in finding this child? You think you're doing something good for somebody? And then throwing the Bible in the middle of it, that's not the answer to everything, Haas. Sorry to tell you.
You know what I will? Oh, sorry. I thought you were done, Diego.
I was just going to say, if Seth approved this, then shame on you too. Because this ain't right. Sorry. I don't know if that's true or not. Somebody stated that. But if it is, then shame on you, because you should know better. And you're the one that is saying, this doesn't find my son. That doesn't find my son. This is ridiculous. We don't need to do this, that. It's all about finding my son. Then what the hell is this? That's all I'm saying. Go ahead now. Sorry.
I will say this whole situation is kind of making me understand the need for like the gag order in Idaho. So I'm just going to say that right now.
I can agree with you. I can. In some senses, I can. That makes sense.
Because I've got no lie to tell, that dude, in my opinion, would not be out there on that street today if it weren't for some of the statements that have been said in regards to him or the Proud Feets and Sebastian, if that makes any sense.
Yes, ma'am. And no, he did not behave Christian. And he wants to claim that word. He keeps throwing that word around in that interview he was given. That's not Christian. Sorry.
Oh
Sorry. He got the shirt from Seth's friend. Okay. Well, hey, there it is.
What is he?
I'm not saying another word.
Have you seen CJ? today, or the brothers underwater recovery. They're like literally in a mud pit right now.
No, I didn't. Are they there?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're out searching today.
Good. And the other group is there too, aren't they?
Yeah, that's what we were talking about. Brothers underwater recovery.
Yeah.
Well, there's another group though that came that have a different name that came with the brothers, or I was told they were going to be. Oh yeah, I see it. Oh shit.
You see what I mean?
Oh wow, look at this, folks. That's a huge mud pit.
That's awesome. I want to take my blazer there. I wish I knew where they were.
You know, there's
How is he
different tiers.
He is searching for anything that the police might have missed in this waterway.
Yeah.
Where's this at?
I don't know.
So is this what the retention ponds looked like?
Sort of, except for there's no grass around it. It's
all dirt. Okay.
Yeah.
This is crazy. That's a giant. That's nothing but mud.
Get over here, bro.
Oh yeah.
How the hell are you walking through that, bro? Look how he's got mud all the way up to his damn up to his neck.
They tied a rope to him.
I was gonna say that shit. Like he went out way out there.
Plots.
I think that's CJ right there to the left.
With the camera?
Yeah.
We will search different ponds if we have permission, if they are a private area. If we don't have permission for that, then no, we will not search them.
I would do. Yeah. Good for them.
Thank you. Thank you. This is what I like to. Oh, now wait. There's a guy there with a gun on his head. You better watch him.
Have permission.
Careful now, folks. God forbid he touches the butt of the gun.
I want to get in there with him.
Well, I don't know.
It really. Well, let Ronnie answer. Let's see where it went here. If it's not obvious private area, will you still search it?
I have an app that tells me if it's private or if it's public property, and
you got channel supporter there. I'll let you say her name.
I'm glad to see these guys doing this.
Yeah.
This makes me feel a little bit better. I'll be honest with you.
Right.
Thank you very much for becoming a channel supporter. Really do appreciate it.
And
do that myself.
Thank you for that.
Love the name, but I'm not saying it.
I've heard that name before.
Oh yeah. That's what my stepdad used to call my mom all the time when I was growing up. It's funny.
X is right there playing.
Yeah, that hopefully it's charged my phone and not just stayed at phone dying, and that's dying too.
Thank you for that, Barbara. I think I said her name right. She's a channel supporter now.
Yes, Miss Barbara. Thank you very much. Barbara and Kyle, I think is what it says. Really do appreciate it. You know, and something else that I've always said I wanted to do if my channel took off and you know, per se I got millions of subscribers or whatever, or not even, and I made quite a bit of money off this YouTube channel, which I really don't care if I do or not. But if I'm able to, and say me and Trey's out, or now CJ's with us, if you know we're all out and we're able to help the family, you know, with their loved ones that we find, take care of some of the expenses off of them. I would love to be able to do that.
I mean, Do they really think they could find something in that
Bro.
mud?
Little bitty tick. Little bitty one. Yep.
Yeah, I heard you watch out for ticks over here too.
Ugh. You little grabby sucker. Get off my finger.
Where do you know where this is, Clue?
I'm trying. I wish they would move around.
Mama probably won't check you. She's probably mad at you.
4 minutes ago. I think he's got some kind of a rope tied around something because the other guy over here is holding it. Tanya wants to know if you mud wrestle, Clue.
Thank you, Freebird, for becoming a channel supporter.
Thank
I'll
you
never
so
tell.
much, Bird. Really do appreciate that.
Get rid of all the grass and trees to hold that soil up there.
Yeah. You know, guys, and
Thank you, Tara, for becoming a channel supporter.
Thank you. Is it Tara?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Miss Tara. Really do appreciate that.
Wouldn't that's a drain pipe right there? How the hell does that water drain with all that mud?
Thank you, CJ. One of my mods put up CJ's channel, please, and Narc Divers, but CJ, he, you know, you guys, a lot of you guys come from his channel, so I really do appreciate that.
It's community, man. Community.
How deep is the pond, Trey?
It looks like it's about 2 foot deep over where he's at. Going to about his knees. Yeah. Over here, I think it was like a foot.
Yeah.
You got a sticker.
Clue.
I've never heard of that, B.
I can't see it. It's too bright. We'll just say Clue. Thank you so much for that super sticker.
He said Clue.
That's what I was gonna do. Clue.
Thank you for that, Stories. He shared CJ's page.
Oh, cool. Appreciate it. She.
Well, he was on. So they were on with
Sorry about
CJ
that.
the other night, right?
Stories with LJ.
Trying to
I
raise
made that
money.
mistake too, so I'm not getting on to you because I made that mistake too.
Say again, Clue.
They were on with CJ the other night trying to raise money to come out here.
Okay.
See why you want to be real careful too. You don't want to.
Yeah, you don't. Right.
Hold on. Damn. That's growing
Now
fast.
let's get Narc Divers up that high, guys.
That's the other group of them, Narc Divers.
So that they sent you a sticker.
The True Crime Cafe with
Say it wrong.
Dago. Really do appreciate that super sticker. Thank you so much.
Spirit Waves just hey, Spirit Waves just become a supporter.
Does he? Who?
Spirit.
Spirit Waves, thank you for becoming a member. Really do appreciate that. Oh, what I was saying a while ago, before I was rudely interrupted, probably by my own self. When you become a member of the channel, that also is a reoccurring every month that helps us get out and search for missing loved ones. So
Sebastian is what, 15?
15 years old.
15 in December.
I know, Dago, like, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I do.
The absolute absurdness to this, literally in this chat on this brother, whatever, right? That's naughty. She's
Oh, it is.
hold on.
What's
A local. She is a
True
local
Crime
to the
Dago
Proudfoot.
is another creator.
Awesome. We will check you out.
Like that's the absurdness. Like everything
Have a
revolves
mud facial?
around the Proudfoot.
Well, you can walk out there and he'll help you.
Okay. Wow.
Not like and Crosswood's not that far from here.
Is that where?
Okay, that's where he's at.
Clarksville. I'm sorry.
Digging that hole.
Hey, you got another channel supporter.
You know what I mean? It's like
It's not that you're a local that's been out handing out flyers, been out searching,
right.
been out doing what we can. It's that you're a local Proudfoot supporter. That's insanity.
Donald, thank you
That's
so much.
absolute
And
insanity.
Honeybee, thank you so much for coming. Channel members, really do appreciate it.
Damn, I can't believe CJ even told him that.
Sweet.
What?
Up to 6. Come
That
on,
I'm another
guys.
creator.
I mean, you can see how hard he's working.
Somebody just said you were too. Oh no, Susie Q did. Sorry. And you too.
I'm gonna let you this, Ronnie. I'll let you this.
Narc. Where is Narc? That was the other group I was trying to think of.
I can't get that off of there. Sorry about that, guys. Skinny, you are correct. Narc is also fire. He rock.
What's the name of that? Narc
divers.
NARKED. They did a live together a few days ago.
Trying to zoom in for you guys.
I thought he'd go out here to this limb.
Good stuff, Kim. There you go. Awesome.
Bell,
Good job,
don't even
Kim.
thank us. We appreciate it. Thank you. I can't see it so bright out here.
Is it warm out there today?
Hell no.
It looks warm as hell.
Yeah.
Well, I know JLR said it was cold earlier. Like he said it was freezing.
Heck, I'm half blind anyway.
Sun is deceiving, I'll tell you that much. It really is.
I don't know.
No, it's warm now, he said.
Yep.
What is that little string going to do if that dude gets stuck in there?
Jesse, thank you so much for that PayPal. I really do appreciate it. What is it?
Oh, I was going to show Charlie how to do it too.
Charlie is here. He pulled in a while ago. I don't know. Thank you, Stories with LJ, for putting that up. Really do appreciate it.
Yeah. Linda's right.
Yes, we are staying
JLR's from
tomorrow,
Florida. Anything
John.
under 75 is cold. As to us people in Ohio, 45 to 50 is warm out.
That John Blevins, that is Integrity Canine Services.
It's a really good point. To him, it's probably cold because I looked when we heard him say that.
He is
and it was 54.
Yeah.
I was like, 54 ain't bad.
Much for becoming a channel member.
Right.
Really
Is this
do
guy wearing a
appreciate that.
wetsuit? Or is he just wearing regular clothes?
Where can you watch the visual? Jesse.
Hey, Jen,
really
thank you for
do
joining us.
appreciate you becoming a
Rachel
member
Rage,
on our Patreon. We also
Aaron,
do
all you
have
guys that are still
Patreon.
here, thank you for keeping with us. Trying to show every aspect of it that I can when I know it's happening. So, other than that stupid rally, that was a waste of all of our time. So, my apologies for that.
Can you tell Charlie his tech support is here?
Come hang out in Texas and you'll know all about what warrant. I don't even want nothing to do with it, Cole. I told you that.
Is the other people there narked?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, I think they work together. Because they did a live 2 nights ago. I caught and they were talking about this.
Really don't have to thank us.
And it was both of these groups together doing it. And I think they work together, which is awesome because these guys they're a lot like what like AWP was. And I won't support AWP anymore. You guys know why that know me.
Cool.
So yeah. But yeah, back to you, Cole. You'll never catch me in Texas, bro. Not unless I'm forced to, and I still didn't want to. Kim, please don't work too hard. Thank you for supporting them as well on this search and for supporting us and being here. Love you, Kim, very much. Kim's been around here a long time too, guys. So what is the channel, Evie? It is called Brothers Underwater Recovery. right
all you
there.
wonderful folks that
And
are
then
on,
also,
and,
if you go in looking for this,
watch it.
please subscribe, guys, to this
Be
channel.
there.
Hold on a minute. I'll give you a link.
Sure, we will all live stream it. Woohoo! 4,000 almost for Trey. Come on, guys. Narc divers. Come on. Whoa.
There's the link for this.
I don't know who it was, but there is a
Right there.
$99.99 super sticker, and I don't know how I missed that, but thank you so much.
I thanked them when they first
Mama Bear's in there too.
Still showing
Good
up
job.
top.
Are you still in here, Mama Bear?
I thanked them. I made sure.
Stephanie, hi. Prime time with Mama Bear. Really do appreciate that. Thank you so much.
One more.
Come on, one more. 3.99 to Narc Divers channel, and he'll be 4,000 subs.
I need that
guys,
link
let's
too.
hit it.
Mom, can you find the Narc Divers channel?
I found you from Duchess.
The link from that one, Mama Bear,
Really do appreciate
and put that in the chat
Thank you,
too for them,
Duchess.
because they work together on this stuff. NARKED Divers. I think that's how it.
Refresh it. 3 or 4 people done sub.
Thank you.
He's just country's
Damn.
corner, ain't he?
4,000.
Done subbed.
4,001. Yay! Good job, guys. Appreciate it.
Hey, Trey. Trey. Right out in front of me. It looked like it just.
Yes,
bubbled.
Narc Divers
you,
was
Evie.
there for. He was the actual.
Yes, see how they
diver in
dive.
the water. I was on the boat
Okay,
with the camera crew for.
Like I said, if you guys remember AWP, thank you, Doodle.
That guy right
And Mama Bear.
was the diver.
There's the other
in
link for the
water.
other group right there.
When News Nation, you put a market buoy in the water. Because there's a diver in the water and he don't want to be run over by a boat. That's why.
Yeah, hit the guys, please hit the like button here too if you can.
Sweet. Thank you.
Thank God
Guys,
they're
I know
doing
you
this
guys
too.
probably can't hear him, but he is saying thank you.
Well, see how they can't
Hey,
dive
this
here because this is a mud
balloon
pit.
just
The water is about 1.5 feet deep. The rest of it's mud, so they really
found
can't
you
dive here.
through-
Right, Tina. If you AWP
Yes,
was
Steve,
involved
we
with Sally
appreciate it.
Rodney, and then
Appreciate
all
you
their
still being with us.
trash came out, and I walked away. So these guys are a lot like what AWP did. Well, they do the same thing, just different names. And
Thunder Horse, I
hopefully better
appreciate you
people.
saying that.
Thank you, Pamela.
Tammy, thank you.
Mudhoppers.
You guys are the real heroes.
Oh yeah, they have
Here
boats
watching
too.
us and listening to us
Gray.
talk and just sub. Sweet, thank you guys.
Everybody looks like everybody's going over here doing good deal. Damn, these guys are growing fast.
Miss Melissa, off 1729. Thank you. 4.5. Sweet. Oh, my arms get tired. 4,005, guys. Come on. You're doing great.
We don't. We're not 100% sure. Middle. I think Clue said she tried to message CJ to get him to see where they're at, but
I know some more said they sub, but I can't thank you. Here's summer 18.
I wish they would back up, like show the area, right? Like the neighborhood.
yeah, like do it like a 360 view or something.
Because they're obviously in a neighbor. I wonder if they're at Drake's Creek. Look
Does
at that.
Does that wall, that black wall look familiar?
Yeah, that black wall. I'm thinking maybe they're at Drake's Creek, maybe.
They
But
probably
I
won't.
know they don't like to put their location out for like safety, right?
That's probably it.
I can't imagine why.
Yeah, right. Considering what's been going on.
Yeah, but I mean, if they're searching, like what could you possibly have a problem with them searching for?
Well, I mean,
this isn't the retention pond from what we've been talking about, Glitter. This is just another version of one in a different area, I think. Because the retention pond that we were talking about before, Cletus and Clue were down around that, and that wall wasn't there, right, you guys?
Oh, no. I don't think they're in the construction site neighborhood at all.
Okay. That's kind of what I thought.
Because now they did say to see if Ellie missed anything, which means it's somewhere near and it's been gone through before by law enforcement. So it's obviously near the area of like Long Hollow.
Yeah.
Hey, did Rex hit on the mud pond? No idea, Jen. Yeah, I'm tired too. Like, you gotta imagine this dude's leg muscles to go in and out of that mud like that. Shit.
That's true.
I pray to God nothing comes out of any of these. He was drinking out of what? The damn water? No, he wasn't. Thank you, Vicky. Appreciate that very much. As do they, I'm sure. That's a long cement wall. Is that cement or is that just... Cletus, what is that material? You do construction. What is that?
What's that? Hold
That
on.
black wall. What is that made out of?
It's like it's like a fiber. It's
like
not
a cloth.
Yeah, kinda, but like a plastic cloth type of thing. It's like a mesh.
Okay, got you.
We've got a roll of it in the back of the truck, but I can't really explain what it's made of. I'm not real sure, but it's definitely not cloth, and it's not really plastic either. Maybe rayon or something.
Maybe like that fiber.
Yeah, it's just it's a fiber mesh
Gotcha.
barrier is what it is.
So do they put those walls up at construction sites to separate sites, or is it just there to separate an area?
I think it's mostly there to contain trash and dust and things like that.
Gotcha. Okay, that's a good point. Good point. Thank you. That's okay, Wanda. Number 225. Good stuff, Michelle. Thank you. Well, guys, I hope I gotta say it. I mean, I don't want them to find him in one of these ponds. At the same time, I want them to find him, for closure, of course, but not like this. Not like this at all. It's such a sad case. If this guy had to pee, where would he do it? I don't know. I think I'd just kind of squat, because who's going to know the difference? He's covered in crap already anyway. Just kidding. Damn, them clothes are going to be hard to clean. That is a wetsuit. Okay. Or at least a two-piece. No, that's a one-piece thing. Welcome, Fofa. Good to see you. I just noticed the name. Thank you for joining us. Wait a minute. What are you working on an album called The Herd? I want to hear. Has anyone tried a Cessna flying over with LiDAR, a ground penetrant? I know they did that with drones. I showed the one video the other day of the stuff they were using. They've been doing that kind of stuff, I'm guessing, and haven't found anything.
Yeah, what we heard from that guy that owns a lot of, well, both guys that own pretty much all the land around there, said that they flew over the first, it was either 3 or 5 days, I can't remember, but it said they flew over, they just circled, and it started pretty early that day.
Mhm.
I don't remember. I want to say he said like that afternoon or around midday or something, they started circling over with the helicopters and the planes, and the stuff that he said they had on them and what it could do was pretty it was pretty amazing. And what you showed the other night definitely, I think, gave a good representation of it.
Yes. Yeah. That and the FLIR sighting and stuff like that, which shows heat temperature and stuff, or heat sensor, you know what I mean, and stuff like that. Can you guys see anything from that? Seeing that view there? You can almost see another building or something. But yeah, that's how they've been doing it, guys. Which the way that this equipment works that they were using, I described it as the same stuff that they use, the military uses when they were out looking for like bin Laden and stuff, and they used, it's almost like heat signatures as well, but it'll show different signatures inside. They went underground with this shit, guys, into bunkers, and you could see the figure of the person and the height and stuff like that. And supposedly this stuff can read the, like, it'll say like 6'2", give a weight, stuff like that. It's really high end stuff. So that's kind of my understanding, is that they've been using stuff like that for this, which is really amazing, but really expensive too. Where is the inflow and outflow? Well, when we first started with this, Elizabeth, there wasn't what I looked, could have been an inflow or an outflow to the left of this. I don't see the other side of it. But I don't know how the hell this could go in or out of here anyway, because of how thick this mud is. How the hell does that work? I don't see how anything can flow. This mud is thick as shit, literally. Would they flush something like this? How do you drain something that's so full of mud? And there's another building. Does that look familiar, Clue or Cletus?
I'm looking. It's I don't know. I mean, honestly, it could be several places.
Right. They said it was a lot of small ponds like that around. Take care, Popa. I'm sure that they have checked that most in the middle, but I don't know. Oh hell, 4 hours. All right, guys. I think I'm gonna say that's it for right now. Today, at least. Maybe tonight I'll be back. But if you guys want to go follow this some more, the link, I'll drop the link back in here for you guys if you want to follow this channel. Keep going with what they're doing. There it is again, Brothers Underwater Recovery. I'm gonna get out of here. We've been live for 4 hours. I appreciate everybody being here today. Clue, thank you for your input, output, whatever you want to call it. Okay. I appreciate you very much, as always. Everybody else that was up here on panel as well. Again, my apologies for my outburst, folks. This stuff just makes me angry. Much love to all you guys. Again, I may see you guys later on here tonight. And please, guys, have a great rest of your day. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. And don't change a thing about yourselves, because y'all are the beautiful people. And I will see you all very soon. Bye-bye, folks. Take care, Clue.
See you.
Bye.
Bye. Bye-bye. Okay, Kaylee. You too, Kimberly.